All right. Hello. 11. Hey, we were 2 minutes late in gay because I got distracted by looking at unique Russian curse words and rude sentences. That's literally why. For once, for the first time ever in the long and storied, like 3-month history of our podcast, it was in fact I, Aiden Paladin, who was responsible for the lateness and gayness, the tardy homosexuality, if you will. Hello, chat. How are you guys doing? I'm a little bit stressed out today. I was bitching at Spoon beforehand because I really like traveling, as in I like going other places, but I fucking hate the traveling. The act of traveling I despise. I hate having to get into a plane and I hate having to go to the airport. And it stresses the shit out of me, and I have to go get on a plane at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to go to none other than Little Pakistan of the UK, Birmingham, for the No Most Birmingham conference. I've talked about it before, but yeah, so a little stressed out about that. As part of that, I had to buy a new phone today because I lost my old phone. I have no idea how that happened. And trying to set up the new phone when you've lost your old one is a bit like pulling teeth, because I can't, everything was set up for two-factor, right? So when I have a new phone and I'm like, hello, Google. Yes, Google, it's me. I have all these devices that I've logged onto many times that were part of the two-factor, but I don't know the phone anymore. I'm trying to set up the new phone. It doesn't like that at all. It's enormously, it really is like pulling teeth trying to deal with Google over this. I already hate my new phone, not because I dislike the device. I just hate how freaking annoying it is to try and set this shit up. That's my bitch of the week. So if I'm in a little bit of a bad mood tonight, I do apologize. Fuck. Also, how did I lose my phone? I think it fell out of the car. I think it somehow fell in my pocket and fell out of my car. So that's what I think happened. But oh well.
Do you feel
How was
better
your
now?
week, Spoon? Yeah, I do feel a little better. I got off my chest. How's your week been?
And see, this is why you have headphones. And if you have headphones that are permanently plugged into your phone, that you will usually feel the phone goes flying somewhere. Problem solved.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Avoid the bites. Probably not.
Simplicity. Yeah.
I'll tell you why, because it was an American phone, and when I first brought when I first brought the phone over here to the UK, they looked at it like it was an alien device. They had no idea how to deal with it. They were like, "What the hell is this?" And I couldn't understand. It's a Samsung Galaxy. I'm pretty sure that the Samsung Galaxies in the US are exactly the same as the ones in the UK, but they were like, they didn't have any idea how to deal with the SIM card. They were confused by it. And again, remember, this is a added level of frustration in that it's a US phone, US SIM card. I didn't even have service on the phone. I was only using it as an internet device, really. And as two-factor. That's basically my phone just turned into a two-factor auth key, right? So, yeah, it's a big pain in the ass. I got a new one, though. So, yep, it's going to be a little bit of a pain in the ass for Google to get back to me, but they should shortly. At least, the main
I don't think it's a pain in the ass for Google. I don't think they give a rat's ass.
No, it's not a pain in the ass for them. It's a pain in the ass for me.
Yeah.
But
you're more annoyed by than Google is.
The important thing is I didn't want to leave the country without having a phone that worked and was connected to a phone network, so that I can, particularly if I'm going to Birmingham, so I can call the police. I guess you can. Even my phone had like a emergency call the police thing on it, but still, I wanted to have a proper phone.
Why would you have to call the police in Birmingham?
Yeah. Our turrets. Are they all? They have different versions globally? I guess so. I mean, because I couldn't believe it. I would have thought for sure that like a Samsung phone in the US, the SIM card in it is exactly the same in terms of the structure as it was
there are
in
5?
the UK. That's what our turrets just said. And thanks for coming on the show last week, our turrets, by the way. I appreciated that. Sorry we kind of talked over you and we got off track, but that's bound to happen. Also, Orna for 20, thank you so much. Into the Candles of Pot is a great book. Thanks for the recommendation. You can tell that child sex crimes are overblown in the States because of how they keep they all keep ending up dead in prison and out of it. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad you enjoyed that book. It was really, I wouldn't say probably enjoyed it. Probably found it interesting, right? Because I had to keep putting it down and just kind of going, oh. Speaking of child sex crimes,
I knew
that's a good
segue
segue into today's topic. Thank you again, Ornu, for the donation, and I'm really glad that you got something out of that book. It was a really fascinating read for me as well. But speaking of child sex crimes, let's start out the show by talking about the confirmation hearings of potential SCOTUS Supreme Court of the United States Justice Kentaji Jackson Brown.
Yeah.
Who is an interesting person.
Character, yeah, and it also shows you why putting white people in power is always the better option.
Oh my god!
I don't care if someone says that is
disavow.
racist. If you
it is a little racist, my dude.
No, that is not right. If you currently look at this affirmative action on steroids, you will see that is the inevitable message it's going to show to the world.
I don't know if she is affirmative action on steroids. I don't know what the fuck she is really. Besides.
They were literally saying, I will pick a black woman for the Supreme Court. No one else may qualify. That is an affirmative action pick to a T.
So...
And for those of you who don't know this, by the way, the reason why he said this is because James Clyburn, who was like the Democratic head honcho in South Carolina, said, do this and I will get you the black vote. So this is a behind-the-door, backroom deal payback for getting him the vote.
That all that matters... Literally all that matters here is putting a black woman on the bench. And if that's all that matters to you, you're racist. You're racist and sexist, okay? Just if that's the only... And that's what they try to walk it back and be like, well, it's not the only factor, but it is the factor. What? Or I'm paraphrasing, but that was basically how they framed it. Of, well, no, of course we're still going to pick the most qualified person. Well, you're limiting your pool of qualified people. If from Jump Street you go, well, yes, who is qualified? Except for it can't be the people who are maybe more qualified if they don't meet these certain racial and gender criteria. It's disgusting. Anyway, so I thought we'd look.
There's a much better person. There's a much better person they could pick, actually.
Who?
There's a woman called Janice Rogers Brown, who she grew up sharecropper. She grew up in the segregated South, and she had views so far left at one point that she was borderline Maoist, and then she grew considerably more conservative as she aged. She graduated from Cal State, Sacramento, and then she went to University Law School, and she became known as a pretty independent judge, and her views were so libertarian that it actually scared people.
Oh, I remember hearing about this.
She defended the use of she defended the use of stun guns on unruly behavior criminals in court, and that she wanted to pass a law that required any girl under 18 to notify their parents before getting an abortion. Like,
right.
That's base. What's wrong with that?
It is base. We have an abortion story tonight too. Also, real quick before we get into this, the Void Debates. I just got access back into the email today because of the aforementioned phone, and I was literally freaking out right because I got back to it not just today. 5 minutes before we started streaming, which is not why we were late. Actually, we were late because I was literally looking at Russian insults. But it was about 15 minutes before I got access back to the account. So I will look at your email. Sorry about that. It's been a freaking hectic week. Anywho,
Spoon is out of line, but he's right. Yeah, that's the problem with me. As all of my most outlandish takes are all correct, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's sometimes. I don't know.
What do you mean sometimes? Am I ever wrong?
You've not steered me wrong yet, friend, but sometimes the things you say I have to still disavow. They're a little bit, they're rude. It's like, oof.
Yeah.
But is that wrong? You know?
You have read parts of my country. You know why I am like this.
Right. Yeah, I would say if Spoon says something that seems like an extremely
insane,
nutty to you, do remember he's South African, so it's if you're interested, read that Into the Cannibals Pot book. That might help place some things into perspective. Anywho, I have some clips for us to watch of the confirmation hearings.
I said Aiden read the book and she went, "Oh my god, no wonder you're monarchist." Like,
literally, unironically, I went like, "Oh shit, that explains fucking everything about you." That's why you're like this.
The monarchy take is not wrong, by the way. I don't care what anyone says.
That's all right, Arturus. We don't have to agree. Just keep hanging out. Maybe eventually we'll indoctrinate you. Just kidding.
I mean, I did
Anywho,
that with you.
you did kind of. To be honest, I was like, oh yeah, I read Hoppe, and I see where he's coming, because Hoppe's not a monarchist. He doesn't make the monarchy argument.
No.
He kind of does, but he's like, yeah, but he's not a proponent of it in the long run.
I think he thinks they're preferable to democracies.
Democracy. Yeah, he thinks it's preferable to
even
democracy.
Michael Malice, who was an anarchist, said the same thing.
Yes,
damn.
Nicholas Wolf. It is an Ilana Mercer plug. Her book was fantastic. Very depressing, but a fantastic read. Anywho, shall we move on? Our Church is not the only book. I'll push some other books if you don't mind. Just this one was I read it quite recently and it was disturbing. Do you have the Watch Together?
What was the book that you kept pushing?
Ilana Mercer's Into the Cannibal's Plot.
Oh, I was going to say, if it was the monarchy book, it was going to be Eric von Konrad-Leden's Liberty or Equality, the challenge of our time.
We have actually pushed that book pretty hard. Eric von Konrad-Leden's, Liberty or Democracy. And it's free on the Mises Institute. So if you just look it up, it is free to download. No need to pay anything. Check it out. It's the argument for monarchy. The best, most concise argument for monarchy, even though he wrote it in, like, what was it? 1945,
52, I think.
50, like that. And I bring that up, how old it is, because it's incredibly easy to read. In my opinion, I think it's a very easy book to read for it being pretty, really kind of complicated political theory. But he makes it very easily digestible.
Yeah.
We just started. Yes, we started what? 15 minutes ago. Matt Williams, speaking of which. Yeah. We should get to the point. Lady is loud, gentleman is a little quiet. You might want to... Sorry, we're still getting... Spoon took over the keys last week. I took over the reins, so we're still evening things out. I'm also just loud.
You're a bit loud? Oh, that's funny. I actually turned you down.
I'm just loud in general, to be fair.
Yeah, that's true.
I sent you the Watch Together. You got that up?
Yeah, I can...
Just let me know.
Poor choice of words.
Oh, god damn it. Fuck you, dude. Good late afternoon, Zenith. While Spoon gets it up. It's a little bit later than late afternoon. It's 8:40 here, and I can't stay up late because I gotta go... Again, I gotta get up early in the morning. Riley Robo says we should give everyone who desires power a real sort of Damocles so they understand what is at risk of failing the people. I agree. That's why... Yeah. Tell me when you are good to go, sir.
Why the hell can I not see this?
No? Not working? Find what? To watch together?
Yeah, it doesn't want to play, which bugs the crap out of me.
And I'll confess, Judge
Did it play there?
As Jackson is...
There you go. Working for me.
No,
when you just pressed it, it worked for me. Oh no, technical difficulties.
Why the hell does this not... Can you send that again? Because for some bizarre reason, it is not...
Okay,
Because it's doing that stupid thing where the link doesn't work.
I don't know if that would make it any different. I could just make a new one, I guess.
Rip.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't get it. Let's do this and do... and try the one I'm about to post right now. See if that works any better.
Bloody hell! How many are we posting here?
Just the most recent one. I reposted the same link twice.
No, copy the link used.
Yeah, it's a real boomer moment. Sorry, guys. But it's okay, Spoon. Performance issues are normal.
So glad you can't see my face right now. Just,
I can imagine it, though.
I'm not amused.
The chat.
I'm not amused.
Oh my god, I love you guys. Oh.
Terrible woman.
No. What have I done that's so terrible? Okay, I can see it at least in the preview.
Yeah, there we go. It's okay now.
Okay. All right, let's hear Senator
Cruz.
Teddy Cruz, also known as the Unabomber.
And I'll confess, Judge Jackson, as look, as
Not
I
the
listen to your
Unabomber.
testimony,
Why did I get him confused with Ted? With who's Ted? This Ted.
What are you talking about?
Ted Cruz. Who does everyone think he is? What serial killer? Oh, the Zodiac. He's Zodiac killer. See, I got my Teds mixed up. I got my Unabomber
What,
mixed up
Krasinski?
with. Yeah, I got my Unabomber mixed up with my Zodiac. Classic mistake. You didn't know that Ted Cruz is the Zodiac killer?
Why do I feel like I did, but it's going over my head right now?
So I'm sorry, guys. I get my Teds mixed up. A terrible mistake. Ted Kaczynski's way more based.
Care for children, obviously your children and other children. But I also see a record of activism and advocacy as it concerns sexual predators that stems back decades.
So,
and is concerning.
This is a question about her
You wrote your note on the Harvard
decisions regarding people who were charged with possession of
your note is your major academic
C to the
yours
P.
is entitled Prevention versus Punishment Towards a Principled Distinction in the Restraint
Noncery,
of released sex offenders,
if you will.
And in it, you argue, and I quote, a recent spate of legislation purports to regulate released sex offenders by requiring them to register with local law enforcement officials, notify community members of their presence, undergo DNA testing, and submit to civil commitment for an indefinite term.
Yeah, I was going to say, Eric Yoakum for $20. Thank you very much, sir. I purchased a copy of Liberty or Equality. Excellent choice. It's on my book list next.
Yeah,
and even
great.
as a Yank, I think I'm quite warm to the idea of monarchy. Excellent. And I'm really worried about the state of anarchy that would be... Yeah, of course, sir. Anarchy that would come first for us, though. Yeah, I am also...
It's always an issue or
a concern.
Considering
yeah, because the main thing that bugs us also as well is how do you pick your monarch?
Right. When you're talking about an orphan state like the U.S., and I say orphaned in terms of it's orphaned from the European monarchic system.
Yeah.
I
think it would be someone that, in my opinion, is not currently part of the apparatus. It needs to be someone fresh and new.
Can you turn up the volume on the video? What you may want to do is go into your sound preferences or into OBS and turn up the output volume.
I can just turn it up in the main thing.
Okay. Because it's quiet for me.
Yeah.
I did turn up my internal audio because it's just a quiet video.
No,
I don't know why.
It's like 60%, so it should be right now.
Okay. All right, we'll turn it up a little bit. So
I just sent to Mr. Burns. Yes. Excellent. Release the hounds.
All right. Shall we continue? Because Teddy, here's the thing about Ted Cruz. I don't like him as a politician. I think he's an excellent lawyer.
Wait a minute. Go back. Zoom in. Why is that man dressed in pink? That's Homer Simpson, sir. One of your right in Sector 7G.
Yeah.
Hey, Simpson, eh? Judging by his outlandish attire. Fuck you.
No, he started. I do think that, though, I don't like Ted Cruz as a politician. I think he's snivelly, but I like him as a lawyer, which is probably related things. The fact that I think he's a weasel is probably why he's a very good lawyer and why I don't like him as a politician. But he's pretty deft, I'd say.
Yeah, the one thing I don't like about these kind of things is that it's a dog and pony show.
Mm.
I mean, it does serve a validity to see that how batshit crazy and frankly disturbingly pro-CP your politicians
are. Vote, to confirm her.
Yes, and it's going to be, hey, look, Biden is pro this woman. I wonder why. Does he have some particularly bizarre scandals involving him and his family around underage
kids and
people? Yeah, quite a few of them, man.
Just a little bit weird. Anyway, I think Ted does a good job here.
Although many courts and commentators herald these laws as valid regulatory measures, others reject them as punitive enactments that violate the rights of individuals who have already been sanctioned for their crimes. Under existing doctrine, the constitutionality of sex offender statutes depends upon their characterization as essentially preventative rather than punitive. And what you go on to explain is if they're viewed as punitive, they are unconstitutional.
That makes no sense.
They are not. And throughout the course
they should be punished. It should be punitive.
Note You argue they should be viewed as punitive and therefore unconstitutional. Indeed, in the second to last page, you go through each of those 4 categories.
Just to reiterate,
requirements that sex offenders register may or may not be unconstitutional, depending upon whether, quote, in which sex offenders have no privacy right in registration information or blood samples. So you suggest that may or may not be constitutional, although you raise doubts about it. And then you raise very significant doubts about community notification.
Her face.
And you heavily suggest that civil commitment for sexual predators is unconstitutional.
Just to be clear, what he's talking about there.
Can I just put, I just want to, this smugness of her face is making my hand twitch for a variety of reasons. Go on.
Sus. Anyway, just to reiterate what Ted's talking about.
No, it's lost my slave master.
What Senator Cruz is talking about here. She has written in her judicial opinions that basically, like, longitudinal punishments for sex offenders, such as being on the sex offenders registry or having to go to, like, meetings after you've served a sentence, are punitive. They're punishments, and that's unconstitutional, and that it should instead have rehabilitative counseling and things like that. I think is what she would prefer, although I don't know for sure. In other words, she doesn't like. Just to reiterate, she's not sure if the sex offenders registry is unconstitutional, but she definitely thinks that they shouldn't have to, like, go to basically continuing programs to deal with the fact that they're sexual predators. They are convicted. Remember, the people that she's talking about are convicted sexual predators, including child R words, okay? Because YouTube does not like this topic, but for obvious reasons, for one time, I understand Susan, but that's what she's made arguments for.
Do you
legally
still agree with the sentiments you expressed in your law school note?
To be fair, it was in law school.
Senator, those are not the sentiments that I expressed in my law school note. My law school note
You just read it.
was about sex offender registration laws, which at the time were relatively new. As you know from our time in law school, one of the things that law school students do is they look for new developments in the law and they try to analyze them. That's something that makes for good fodder for a law school note.
Basically, her explanation is,
My note,
well, I just
which came out in
theorizing.
1996 was shortly after there were new Megan's laws. And the point that I was making was not that the laws were bad, that the laws were wrong. I was trying to assess something that is sort of fundamental in terms of the characterization of the laws. I didn't say that they were unconstitutional one way or the other. What I was trying to assess was how they are characterized. Some courts would look at those laws and call them preventative, and that has a
Now, she can say this all day long. We're going to get into what her actual rulings have been as a judge.
consequences.
I'm
Some
less interested
courts
in
would
her
call them
law school
punitive,
opinion
and that
as
has
well,
certain
actually, to be
setup.
honest.
By the way, under any other circumstances, black people would be tearing this woman to pieces for talking white.
Oh, maybe. Well, maybe.
I have seen black women and black people in general get torn to pieces just for speaking English properly.
Well, I mean, remember when Obama, like, would get up, and it would depend on his audience. Because then, like, if the audience was getting real rowdy, he'd go, hold up, and all of a sudden he would put on this, sort of urban accent, if you
Dialect,
will.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, like, there's no good way of saying that.
Every politician does that. Hillary Clinton would go down in the South and do a Southern accent. Like, bitch, why? Like, people
Right,
already
and-
think you're full of shit.
Yeah, and no pants, baby. I'm well aware of how much worse it gets. I'm saying her excuse for herself at this point in Petty's questioning is, well, that was in law school and it was just theory. When we see her actual track record, Rakay went over this, and he's clearly the person to really watch for the best information about this. I was
get him
listening
on
to
the
some of his
stream
stream
sometime.
earlier. Oh yeah, I'd love to. Rackets is a great guy. He's always doing his own long ass streams though. But the thing is, when you look at her actual track record as a judge, I'd say damning. she has, in every instance where everyone, Spoon, every instance where she has been faced with a CP charge, she has given below the recommended sentence.
Yeah,
every single one.
Yeah, there was one where there was a 10-year recommended, and she gave 3 months.
That one was an
That's
18.
insane.
Her argument in that case, in particular, was that she said that the man who he was downloading images, right? I'm trying to walk carefully because of Susan here. He was downloading illicit images, like a lot of them, from my understanding. He was 18, and her argument was that he was of a similar age to the people depicted in the illicit imagery. And again, he was 18. The people depicted were 8. I don't know what her perception
how is that a similar
age is.
I thought it was going to say like 16.
No, 10 years difference is a little, like 10 years age difference doesn't really mean much when one person is 50 and the other person is 60. Like that doesn't, whatever, you know?
8 is more than half your age.
8 and 18? That's a really big difference.
Yes.
That's a big difference, Kentaji, honorary Judge Jackson. That's kind of a big difference. So yeah. I don't know if it was 10 years. I don't know if that was correct, but she did end up giving that guy 3 months.
Yeah, that's
for that.
Disturbing.
For images of 8-year-olds. Yep.
I will say, tell me if this is true. If you are 18, would you get in trouble for sleeping with a 16-year-old?
Yeah. Well, it depends, because there are those Romeo and Juliet laws, right? Where, and those, Ricky talked about this today, and as far as I know, they rarely do actually see like harsh prosecution. And by that I mean it's like 2 people are dating in high school. One person is 16, about to turn 17. The other person is 17, then they turn 18. That doesn't mean that that should not now be illegal. The second one person turns 18, they're 2 years or less apart.
Yeah, because it doesn't. It strikes me as weird as that you can somewhat do that legally with like 16 and 17, but the second one gets 18 and the other one now it's suddenly illegal. That to me is just weird. Like it's this weird gray area where it makes me go, well, you were able to do this before when you were younger, and now that you're older, it's bad.
It has to do with mental maturity and things like that.
Yes.
But yeah, I don't. When people get weird about that on YouTube in particular, about like this YouTuber was dating this person when they were 18 and the other person was 17. What's like, okay, that's legal in a lot of the U.S. Or they were 19, the person was 17. That's also illegal in a lot of the US. When it comes down to like a 2-year age gap, I generally don't think that's a big deal, right? I at least tread lightly there. You know what I mean? If it is like a YouTuber or something in particular, then there's a power differential that plays a role in that can make it predatory, or someone who's famous or famous in general or whatever. Yeah, that's a factor that would play into that. When I see people freak out about like, oh, she was 17 and he was 19, like, I don't, that kind of age range, I'm not sure about. But outside,
I'm laughing at Rob in the chat that says it's creepy when a 30-year-old goes after a 20-year-old. I can't talk then. Is 21 okay then?
Okay. Adults are adults. I can think it's a little bit weird. I think that the problem with age of consent stuff and weirdness, because once you're over the age of consent, 21, you're both adults, whatever.
Yeah.
But I do think there's this kind of sliding scale of creepiness. Like, I don't think it's super creepy for a 60-year-old to date a 40-year-old, right? Like, that wouldn't seem incredibly strange to me. It's a little weird, maybe. That's a 20-year age difference.
It's a financial transaction.
That's probably or something like that, or you know, a 30-year-old dating a 50-year-old. Once I think you hit 30, like it's a little bit less. Again, I think you kind of hit the sliding scale. No, maybe if it's 30 and 80, you know, it's still a little weird. Yeah. But I
think it does depend on things you have in common, because I can guarantee you, if there's a 30-year-old who has a sane head on their shoulders and they meet some bizarre, insanely bright 20-year-old, they're going to be attracted to each other because the 20-year-old has a sense of brains. The main
yeah,
thing, the main thing that is put off by people with young is because they have immaturity. So if they have a decent head
Sure.
on them, the maturity and the age tends to dissipate quite quickly, in my experience.
Yeah.
Which sounds really sus of me saying that way.
Yeah, I just
It's
My-
weird. For,
my-
it's weird for me because you know me, my age range tends to veer wildly from a fair bit younger to
Right.
then a fair bit older. So I'm not like no one can look at my history and just like Spoon goes for younger girls like ooh no not actually
no, he does not necessarily. So yes,
I actually
Stern
prefer older women to be honest for the same reason like when because I like older music and older stuff. Hence the
Yeah.
monarchy for God's sakes.
True.
Yeah, so I tend to be a bit of an old soul, even though I don't dress it at all. Don't be fooled by the top hat and the top hat and monocle.
But I do think that there's a little bit of confusion going on.
No,
Not
I
confusion.
did not make a Vosh argument. Don't ever do me dirty like that. Dear
Did you
God.
make a Vosh argument?
I
must have missed it.
No, I can't stand Vosh's takes. I'm not a fan of dating someone obscenely young. That is creepy as shit.
Yeah, and Jornege brought up the half your age plus 7. For most people, I think that's pretty appropriate, as you don't want to veer outside of that. So, but I mean, like it can be. Again, if two people are in high school and somebody becomes 18, that's why the Romeo and Juliet laws are good. Now, if the person is 18 is seeking out a 15, 14, below the age of consent, depends on your state, look into that kind of stuff. And then it does make this extra confusing because different states have different laws on this. I think as long as it's within like a 2-year age range, within 2 years,
I
don't necessarily see the huge issue.
I could defend myself here for some creepy shit that I've been accused of. My biggest age gap is 9 years, and I was 30.
All right.
Yes.
And she was older, wasn't she?
No, she was younger.
Mm.
No one is 21. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't have an under 20 moment of that kind of obscene difference because it is creepy. And if I speak to someone right now who's younger, I spoke to someone a few days ago, and Aiden just said, "Oh," and I went, "No, that's not a good argument." Because when someone just says 40 Jason 20 is,
I don't know.
I don't think 40 Jason 20 is that bad.
You might have a 20-year-old woman who's interested in a 40-year-old guy because he has power and wealth and status, So
yeah, that's natural. I don't think that's that bizarrely weird.
This is to be fair, this stuff does, but also that's legal. We're all 20 and 40. That's legal. Weird? Yeah, maybe a little. It depends, but I mean, I think it's more weird if it's a 40-year-old woman. But I don't know. But whatever, it's legal, so it's fine.
Do you know? Okay, this is just gonna be my take from this, but I think it is. I think it is normal for like a 20. This is gonna sound really weird, and I mean this only in this scenario. I think like a 20. I'd say like a 26-year-old guy with a 34-year-old female, as far as sexual chemistry, that's normal because women peak sexually later than men do.
In terms of their
confidence.
personal satisfaction with sex.
Yes.
No, at the same time,
absolutely post 30.
You only got so much time before you empty egg carton, right? So
yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
It's another
like, if
important issue.
If the sowing your wild oats for your amusement is your thing, then that's the one that you can go for. If it's one like you produce a family with, I would say probably younger for obvious reasons. You're looking for a fertile female. Confidence is not a matter. Yes, it is. Oh God, yes, it is.
Older women, there's been some studies on this where older women are more confident because they know they've been around the block, they know what they want. So you might find older women who are maybe a little bit more aggressive sexually. I don't think that's necessarily unusual. But yeah, for children, obviously, you don't want to go past 35 too much. So speaking as a 31-year-old woman.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I would say that there's definitely confidence in older females. They have more patience, but they also don't have a problem with just saying what they like, which is like if you're a younger guy finding yourself, I can see where that is useful. Let's put it that way. This is going really off the rails, by the way.
Yeah, let's get back into it. We've gone completely off the rails. We'll get into. I think it's in this clip where he talks about her actual rulings because he's got a chart and stuff or a whiteboard he's going to bring out. It's
Yeah, I don't mind.
Ted's always prepared.
Consequences. It's trying to do is figure out how to make the determination whether they were punitive or preventative.
But I just because we did go on that long tangent, I actually think that was important for us to explain what our positions were on it. Just to be clear, that's all.
By the way, Ted Cruz is like the only guy, or like one of the few guys I've seen that looks younger with a beard.
Oh, yeah, he does.
And the beard is grey, which makes it weird.
Because he looks fatter without the beard. He just does.
Well, your note argued
He looks plastic.
that they were punitive. And I would note that view, there have been some on the bench that have advocated
Oh
that.
my God, whoever's
Supreme
controlling the
Court in
camera on
1997
Cruz's side.
decided a case called Kansas versus Hendricks, in which it upheld Kansas's civil commitment statute. That was a 5-4 vote. This has been a question that has been...
I was not watching when Rekieta was covering this. I was just listening to it, and he made a comment about how the person who was holding Ted's or the camera on Cruz having Parkinson's. Holy shit! Now I get why you said that. Holy fuck! Hold it steady for fuck's sake.
Close at the Supreme Court, and I would note beyond that in terms
Would they not
of
put it on a
prevalence of
stand?
these statutes, all 50 states and D.C. have registered.
They're fucking around with it.
47 states have community notification requirements. All 50 states have DNA or blood banks for sex offenders requirements. And 20 of the states, the federal government in D.C., have laws that allow for the indefinite detention of sex offenders. I would note in the state of Texas, a state court of appeals, relying on very much the same sort of reasoning you advocated in your note, struck down Texas's sexually violent predator civil commitment law. At the time I was the Solicitor General of Texas, I personally argued that appeal in the Texas Supreme Court. And the Texas Supreme Court unanimously reversed the court.
Good job, Ted.
And upheld our statute. And if the views you advocated in law school prevailed, civil commitment laws across the country would be struck down, releasing sexual predators.
Right.
And under the argument, community notification and DNA bank laws could well be struck down as well. Is that...
Why is she smiling? That's kind of creepy.
Because I think... Well, she thinks he's an evil, racist, white bigot man. So she is just smiling kind of smugly at him because she... Yeah. She just thinks... She doesn't respect him. She doesn't respect his question. And she probably is a little bit embarrassed to have this shit that she wrote. And again, it's what she wrote in college. I believe it's in this clip. If it's not, I will find it. But I believe it's in this section where Cruz is going to go over your actual decisions as a judge. I'm less interested in what she wrote in college, in law school. I'm less...
It's also shit.
Less interested. Ken's counseling couch, civil commitment laws are a big problem. They can be. I think that the problem with her argument is that it sounds like she thinks they're unconstitutional, which would mean maybe not reforming them, but outright abandoning such an idea altogether. And also, Arturitz, is Hassan a child in this manner? I saw you ask that earlier because of his mental capacity. I don't know how to psychologically analyze Hassan. I think he is a man-child, but I don't think he's mentally a child.
No.
So.
Except on Russia, he will have an occasionally sane take, which is weird.
Horrifying. makes me want to get myself fucking examined again. I gotta go see a psychologist. I agree with Hassan Piker, kind of, sort of, a little bit. Kill me.
Is that an outcome that should concern people?
Senator, my note wasn't advocating for the striking down of those laws. My note was trying to identify criteria that I thought could be applied consistently to determine whether the laws were punitive or preventative.
But with respect
Either
to Jackson, you argued that they were punitive, and you further say in the note, if they're punitive, they're unconstitutional.
I was looking at 4 different kinds of laws, and not all of them, did I say, were punitive.
Okay, so let's take civil commitments laws. If you look at civil commitment laws right now, the UCLA School of Law, Williams Institute, estimates more than 6,300 sex offenders are currently detained in civil commitment programs. If the view you advocated prevailed, presumably those 6,300 sex offenders would be released to the public. Is that an outcome that should be concerning?
Senator, in law school, when I was writing a note, I was looking at.
I hate when they do that.
What?
I hate when they're asking
Mice
a
balls on
blunt
Teddy.
question of just, here is an idea. Should you release 6,006 sex offenders to the public? And then they like pause for a moment to consider that I can't answer this directly because it will screw me into oblivion. So I need to pivot with some fucking sob story. I hate that.
I do want to be clear about what civil commitment laws are in case it's not clear. So what they're talking about is that civil commitment laws, and why I did agree with Ken that it's up in the air on this, and she may have a point on the civil commitment laws, not on some of her other rulings in terms of people who've actually been caught with child pornography, but civil commitment laws are basically where like you've served your sentence, you were sentenced, you were found guilty of a crime, you were sentenced, but you continue to be confined because out of the idea that you are at heavy risk of offending again.
Offender.
Yes. So that probably is maybe unconstitutional. I think there are a lot of factors that should go into that. If you have really good reason based on psyche evals, for example, to think that this person is going to be a repeat offender, and I think also it should be based on what their background was going into it. If they got charged with massive, right, and they have been, because a lot of times these people, well, normally they should see, particularly if it's something like child sex crimes or whatever, seeing a therapist or at least talking to someone, which unfortunately doesn't happen the way that it should within the criminal justice system, to see if they're mentally progressing a little bit, if they've moved past whatever the fixation is. But still, the reason why those civil commitment laws are in place is because it is so scary to people to put someone convicted of sex crimes back into society.
For obvious reasons.
I do think that if you've done the crime, you serve your time, you should be free. And instead of having them still confined, it should be, they need to be under heavy watch, probably. And that's why we have the sex offenders registry. Now, it shouldn't be for all people all the time.
It's a dicey topic, isn't it?
I think that it needs to be on a very individualistic basis. Again, if it's an 18-year-old, maybe not if you're looking at images of 8-year-olds, but I don't know. 18-year-olds, their brain is way different from the brain of a 25-year-old. It's not finished developing at 18 whatsoever. So, yeah.
Yeah, it makes me think they'll be more shrewd about it when they get older.
This is actually a complex issue with the civil commitment laws. Because, Pants Baby says it's not unconstitutional because it's part of the sentence. And then Ken Scouching Couch says, some of the issues with them is that it's almost impossible to break free of the commitment. Yep. So this one actually is a tough one. But comparatively to some of the other stuff.
Can I just randomly rant about something? Am I the only one that when I see these kind of hearings and the senator asks a complicated question and the person says, "Thank you, Senator, for letting me answer that question," am I the only one that hopes that guy that threw a shoe at Bush pops up and pops them with one? It annoys the shit out of me when they do that. Why are you doing this? Just answer the question, you pillock.
Yeah, true. The difference is, Arturo, it's with the civil confinement, it's not just that's an addition to the registry. You can still be confined, imprisoned, essentially, after having served your sentence if they think that you're a possibility for a repeat offender. So, and by the way, this doesn't just apply to sex offenders, people who have committed other crimes. If there's an argument made legally that they're going to have a high recidivism rate, then they can continue to be confined. And I do think that that's an issue because they weren't, that wasn't their sentence. So that wasn't their explicit sentence. So there can be an issue there. And I do think that that's, it's as Tim Pool would say, it's complicated. So it is worth discussing. I just also like this image of Ted Cruz drinking his little Pepsi or Dr. Pepper, whatever he's got there. I think it's a Diet Dr. Pepper.
Diet Coke, I think.
Let's continue.
a brand new set of laws that had not previously been enacted in any jurisdiction. They were new. And I was assessing at the time, as law school students do, what criteria I thought might be used by courts to make a determination in the future as to whether or not they should be treated as punitive and therefore not unconstitutional, but as therefore ones that carry with them certain rights versus, preventative.
Judge Jackson, so you've pointed that these were views in law school, and listen, I will recognize that all of us, when we are students, may have views that as time and maturity passes on, we may change. But what troubles me is this was not just a law school view; it's one that has continued. So when
here we go, you bring it out, bring out the whiteboard. Here it comes.
That the White House
has got a little poster.
Your quotes were taken out of context, so I want to provide
the
context of your quote, because you said, yes,
orange board, not
whiteboard.
about the
means by which we can distinguish more or less serious offenders. I know that all of you sort of touched on that. Mr. Futrell, you talked about going from singular to one-on-one to group experience. I'm just wondering if there's some sort of inevitable and natural progression from one stage to the other, such that you could say that the least serious offenders are in the singular experience stage. And I guess my thought is, in looking at some of the testimony that other people will have later in the day, I was surprised at some of the testimony with respect to the motivation of offenders, and we're talking about child pornography offenders, and that there are people who get involved with this kind of activity who may not be pedophiles and who may not be necessarily interested really in the child pornography, but have other motivations with respect to the use of technology and being in the group. And here are lots of reasons perhaps why people might engage in this. And so I'm wondering whether you could say that there could be a less serious child pornography offender.
That is insane.
Yeah, do you fucking understand what she just said there, guys? Her argument is maybe they're just collecting the CP. Maybe they just stumbled across it a couple times.
Yeah, they couldn't use it to sell it or somehow distribute it.
It was an accident.
Which would be worse, by the way.
Listen, I've been on 4chan since 2015. And I have never, even in that time, because not 2015, 2005, excuse me. Got my decade wrong there. That's how long it's been. Actually, I think I did first show up around the time where Gray Area was banned. And what Gray Area was anything that first of all, CP has always been banned on 4chan.
Good.
Obviously, because it's against the law. But there was also this period where it's if it looks like it might be CP, they were kind of okay with it. And then I think it was in 2006 that Moot banned it for obvious legal reasons. So if I'm someone who's been on the asshole of the internet for 2005, 2015, 17 years, right? And I've never come across CP, on accident, and I have not, thank God, then I don't know how you accidentally find it. Yeah, you just add it. How do you stumble across it? And then save it, by the way. And how do you do that? That's not freaking possible.
If you stumble upon it by accident, saving it is not the accident.
It was either Ricada or Crowder who talked about this. I don't remember now because I've been listening to people talk about it as well. So if somebody on Discord or whatever sends you CP out of an attempt to get you in trouble with it, contact the FBI.
Yeah.
Show them the screenshot of what happened and said, "Oh my God, somebody sent this shit to me. I'm full on out. I am not responsible for this. I'm reporting the person who sent it to me. And coming full clean, because otherwise what they'll try to do is report you for it. I mean, potentially that's why people do shit like that, right? So against consequence, I tripped and fell into this pile of if that were to happen to you and you really did accidentally if someone sent that shit to you and you ended up seeing it and it's in your history, report it to the FBI. Report that it happened to you, show all the screenshots, and be open to working with the feds. Which I don't like the feds, but in this case, children are being seriously harmed by the production and dissemination of this stuff, But I think her statement there is ridiculous. It's part of, according to her explanation, it's part of technology. Yeah, it's like an NFT. What the fuck? Lady, what the fuck?
Who is engaged in type of conduct in the group experience level because their
Group
motivation
experience
is the challenge or to use the
Does that mean
technology.
orgies?
They're very sophisticated technologically, but they aren't necessarily
I don't know what it
interested
means.
in the child pornography piece of it. Now I find that a pretty remarkable argument that people in possession of child pornography are not actually interested in the child porn. They're not pedophiles. They're just interested in technology. Is that? And I wanted to provide the whole quote because the White House said that portions
Oh,
of
look,
this
I can't stand her smug face. She's like, yeah, you provide the whole quote. The whole quote is not good looking for you, lady. And yeah, also, who brought this up in the chat? Where did I just see it? The LimeWire. Oh yeah, the Dowhawk. The LimeWire days, and aka Batosai, LimeWire. Yeah, there was a time when that might have happened, but LimeWire hasn't been a thing since like 2005, 2006, right? So
I never had that problem when I was doing LimeWire.
no, I never. I did have porn attached to shit I downloaded on LimeWire, but it wasn't CP.
Oh, I never had that either. I don't know what sussy shit you were downloading.
Just trying to download the fucking System of a Down songs.
How the hell did you get that from System of a Down?
Because you download like an album, and it would be weird shit in the folder.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I tend to just download songs.
Well, it was either LimeWire or, well, old BitTorrent stuff. I mean, I never did this. I mean, in Minecraft, I downloaded songs. I've always paid for music. Forever. I'm a good person. I'm a good citizen. I always pay for things.
If Elon Musk can go on Twitter and say BitTorrent is better than freaking Netflix, I think you can say this here and you'll be fine. If the wealthiest man on the entire planet can say this shit, I think we'll be alright.
I also admitted to doing it when I was 14, so like...
Yeah, and he probably was like, what, same age?
Of limitations,
he's like 10 age. He was, what, 10 years old? He's probably doing similar shit.
Everyone downloads shit off BitTorrent when they're kids.
He probably helped design the programs.
Yeah.
Wouldn't surprise me if he did, actually.
Ugh. I do hate this topic, by the way.
Oh, bless the South African.
Do you agree with
Not
that
biased at all.
that there is some meaningful population of people?
Why would I be biased in favor of my countrymen?
No, never.
Nah, of course not.
Who have
hang on a minute, though.
But are
Do you... Wait. Do you like Dion Toward?
If you say it that way again, I will do
Did I say it
unspeakable
wrong?
things to you.
What? How do you pronounce it?
It's
I thought it was
Voer.
Dion... Oh. Dion Toward.
No. You cannot pronounce the W in Afrikaans. Like this is
No,
this
I can't.
this is some Southern Hemisphere shit only.
Yeah, Dion Toward. That gosh darn
Wood.
hip hop sort of group you got down there.
Boerewors.
Southern Hemisphere. Dion Toward.
At least no, stop this. This is offending me.
No, I'm gonna do it just to piss you off.
Oh God.
Oh, that picked me up from the fucking CP conversation, which was making me feel upset. Let's
Annoying
continue.
me?
Yes.
That's very good. Annoying your co-host.
Always makes me feel better. Anyway. Oh, back to this fucking miserable
Do you at
mess.
least know what it means?
No.
Ah, God.
No, I just like their music. It's dope.
You know Russian swear words, but you don't know what the Antwort means.
No.
Foreigners.
What does it mean?
Means the answer.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
Again.
I don't wanna learn your
Foreigners.
windmill tilting clog bothering language.
Yeah, you just want to mispronounce it to piss me off. Again, foreigners. Especially American foreigners. At least you like monarchy. You have some redeeming qualities.
Pedophiles or getting satisfaction from it?
Thank you, Senator, for allowing me to...
See, right there.
What?
Mush right in the face.
Well, you think what her fakeness? Yeah.
No, like you've been talking to this guy the whole freaking time, and then say thank you for answering. A bitch, shut the fuck up and answer the question.
So that's this. To be fair, this is that kind of reaction. I have watched a lot of Supreme Court related congressional hearings and things like that. This is just how they talk to each other. Specifically referring to Supreme Court nominees always act like this. And anyone honestly
I
acts
agree
like
with
this
I
all the
agree with
time.
Lightning. It's stalling for time, and it pisses me off.
It might be, because you do know that they are on limited time. Senator Cruz only has so much time that he's allowed. So maybe
Players
maybe
saying
you're right.
Aiden is American. We can't even speak English correctly,
True.
and yet you can speak Japanese, which is bizarre.
もうちょっと私の日本語だって。
Russell Brand released his base take as of 2 hours ago. What was his base take? I must know. I like Russell Brand. Russell Brand's good people.
Yeah, he's a good guy. Anyway, もう一度お願いします。
Go on.
Address what appears to be a question that I was asking in the context of a hearing on child pornography. You've provided
I don't like the smiling,
entire
though.
quote, and it looks as though I was asking that of someone, not taking that position. And the position that I've taken in all of my sentencings involving
Really?
child pornography.
I'm glad you brought that up.
offenders is
He's
to
got the red
ensure
marker. He pulled out the red marker.
the attitude and view of many of the offenders who came before me when I was a trial judge, that they were just lookers, that they weren't really harming anyone, that they were curating their collections, and they
Why did you have a collection?
Curating their again, she's talking about like they are NFTs. Curating their collections of images of children, of actual children being molested. Why? Dude, my
Why?
fucking opinion is the face of that guy right behind fucking Cruz right now. That's how I look at her. You see this, dude?
That is the face of a guy eyeing the corner pocket with the 8-ball.
Yeah, it really is.
I've played pool and
Curating
snooker.
your
That's what I look like too.
collection? Bitch, what the fuck are you talking about it?
I like the way that the three faces are like completely in a different conversation.
Yeah, for real. Ted's thinking about all those people he murdered, you know. That's a Zodiac killer gaze.
Yeah.
The guy behind him is he's lining up the you know, lining up his shot at the pool table with furious intent, and she
Yeah.
is lying through her teeth.
they never touched a child. I made sure that they understood that notwithstanding their
It's illegal.
collective
And it should be
behavior, that
illegal.
they were causing significant harm.
Oh, you made sure they understood? When you gave them lenient sentences, that they understood. Because, by the way, it's not just owning. These people disseminate. And every freaking time that happens, the child is basically, in a way, reoffended.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
I don't know about you guys, but something I know about human nature is if you are not punished for crimes, you tend to reoffend always.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
human nature.
Recidivism is high, even people who have been punished, right? But it depends on the crime.
I agree with
But
Ian
you
Bennett.
need
Had
to be
get the wood
punished.
chipper.
Yeah.
100%.
I wish I had gotten... Now I'm glad I got him confused with Kaczynski earlier. Here comes the cruise missile.
So Judge Jackson, all right, you raise your actual...
Is that a meme?
Huh?
Is that a meme?
The cruise missile? Yeah.
Okay, I was going to say, because if it isn't, it really should be.
You've never heard people call him the cruise missile?
You spend more time on 4chan than I do.
No. That's a common meme. That's a common internet meme.
Or Twitter. I don't have a Twitter because I'm banned.
Right. Honestly, good for you.
Thank you.
No, Twitter is a cesspool. Again,
Yes.
like I said, I don't like Ted Cruz as a politician. I think he is a very good lawyer, and I would use the phrase cruise missile only to refer to him in the legal capacity.
And I think that's very productive. Let's take a look at your actual sentencing. And you've had 10 different cases involving child pornography.
This is the important shit. 10
These are
cases.
the cases. There are 2, U.S. versus Butcher.
Oh, he's got his whiteboard out again. If you guys cannot see already, she's dealt with 10 cases where she's sentenced CP offenders, and in every single one, 100% of the time, she has given a lower sentence compared to the government's recommendation and compared to the sentencing guidelines. But let's let Teddy go through it.
In U.S. versus Can, for which the government did not make a recommendation. And you said earlier, when Chairman Durbin was trying to preempt this line of attack, you said it's a sickening and egregious crime, which I very much agree with.
Same.
And you said the guidelines lead to extreme departures. Okay. Let's look at what the prosecutors are asking for. And I would note that this was in the District of Columbia, where prosecutors are far more liberal than many of the prosecutors in this country. And in every case in which, so United States versus Hess, there was a mandatory statutory minimum of 60 months, and you imposed 60 months because you had no choice.
The minimum.
In United States versus Nickerson, there was a mutual agreement of the parties to 120 months, and that's what you imposed.
But again, the sentencing guidelines, real quick, in Nickerson, and that is Nick, as in Nick Urson. The guideline for the crime was 151 to 188 months. She went with the government's recommendation for once. Okay,
A little bit less though.
We'll reiterate what I should have said. She either went with the government's recommendation or lower. She never went with the sentencing guidelines, though. Always went lower than the sentencing guidelines, just to fix a little bit of an error in what I said earlier.
United States versus Chazen, the prosecutor asked for 78 to 97 months. You imposed 28 months. 28 months is a 64%
Jesus Christ.
reduction. In United States versus Cooper, the prosecutor asked for 72 months. You imposed 60 months. That was a 17% reduction. In United States versus Downs, the prosecutor asked for 70 months.
All she can sit there is just look and
a
smile,
15%
half smiling.
reduction. In United States versus Hawkins, the prosecutor asked for.
This is the one where I'm fairly sure this is the one where the government recommended 24 months. The sentencing guidelines would have said up to 121 months. This was the guy who was 18 and had the images of 8-year-olds. 3 months.
That's still disturbing.
You imposed 3 months. That was an 88% reduction. In United States versus Sanders, the prosecutor asked for 49 months. You imposed 37. That was a 24% reduction. In United States versus Stewart, the prosecutor asked for 97 months. You imposed 57. That was a 41% reduction. Every single case, 100% of them, when prosecutors came before you with child pornography cases, you sentenced the defenders to substantially below, not just the guidelines, which are way higher, but what the prosecutor asked for on average of these cases, 47.2% less. Now, you said you made sure the voice of the children was heard. Do you believe in a case like United States versus Hawkins, where the prosecutor asked for 24 months and you sentenced the offender to only 3 months? Do you believe the voice of the children is heard when 100% of the time you're sentencing those in possession of child pornography to far below what the prosecutor's asking for?
Look at her face in response to that, though. She did not like that. Because she got called out. She got absolutely BTFO'd by the cruise missile here, right? And I don't think she really knows how to respond to it.
Of all the freaking people that you can put on the Supreme Court, like this woman.
This woman.
This is your best option. Seriously.
Yeah.
America, this really?
Right.
Fucking Christ.
No, it's because Biden said I'm going to put a black woman on the Supreme Court.
There's better black women you can pick than this ridiculous bitch.
We brought up, what was her name again? I'm sorry, do you recall?
What, Janice Brown?
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
You find this woman who consistently has been lenient, not just lenient, but excessively lenient on child predators. And the other thing about the Biden admin is that they made it very clear they wanted to put an extremely far-left person on the bench.
Yeah.
I don't know why it is that the extremely far-left people seem to be cool with C to the P, but I have heard the argument be that it's like it's children should be allowed to make their own decisions and that the idea that we treat children as not having full rights is oppressive and shit like that.
Milo argument.
What? I think it's part of Vosh's argument. I don't know, but I've heard different arguments from the man. So, all right, liberating. Right. That we're oppressing them. Yeah, and I agree with you, George. That mandatory minimum sentences can be garbage, but this kind of leniency, yeah, you're right. It's consistent. Now, I don't know. This is what's coming up in the confirmation hearing. Maybe she's just always super lenient. In which case, Spoon, are you muted?
Yeah, I'm not now.
Okay, Spoon was muted. Sorry. If she's lenient in every case, that's also a problem. Okay? Always going lenient does not necessarily... Well, I'd be really interested in seeing her full judicial history, which I could do, but I've just been listening to the hearings. Because, I don't know, but I would be curious if there's any kind of racial or gender disparity in her rulings. I don't know. I'm just curious if that exists.
She's black and far left. Naturally, there would be. It's a given.
We're going to look at her opinions on CRT. So.
Oh God.
Yes, Senator, I do.
Could you explain how?
I will.
Please.
A couple of observations. One is that your chart does not include all of the factors that...
Did you notice her voice upped in pitch since her last response?
No, I'm not that autistic.
Oh, I did. No, hang on. It's not that I mean, yes, I am autistic, but I'm also a communication scholar. I spent my whole life studying human communication. I'm not a body language expert, but her body language has changed completely. It was smug, and then you could see she was not expecting Teddy to pull that out. She was like, oh shit, how do I respond to this? And now she's using the little girl voice.
She's getting beaten down by a powerful white man.
No, it's to make her look sympathetic.
To what, child sex offenders? Yeah, okay.
No, that Ted's a big, bad, mean white man. He's ganging up on her, and he's being mean, and
yes,
he's
big
abusing
bad white
this
man is protecting children.
Proud, strong woman of color. It may not be intentional, but it's she now is talking in the little girl voice. Which is very ironic, considering how many fucking child predators that she's let off the hook.
Congress has told judges to consider, including the probation office's recommendation in these cases.
Well, Judge Jackson, we don't have those probation. The committee has not been given the probation office's recommendation. We would welcome them. Mr. Chairman, I would love to see those. We don't have access to them.
The second thing I would say is that I take these cases very seriously.
She's very defensive now, see? Oh my God, there we go.
Who, as a judge, has to review the actual evidence in these cases. And
I don't actually know, by the way, I don't know why you bring up she brings up the mother stuff to make herself seem, seem more relatable.
Relatable,
obviously. Yeah. But the thing is, how could you? As not a mother, I find that it
okay, when you say how could you, do you mean as in a mother, or do you mean as in how could you? How
dare you? No, I mean like
okay.
It's
sorry, I had to ask.
It's how could you as a person, but also as a mom, how could you possibly, in good conscience, let all these 10 cases give them the minimum sentence? Or below, below all guidelines.
Is her husband white by any chance?
I don't know.
I would not be remotely surprised at all.
Wow, when I typed her name, the first result was, did you mean husband? Uh-oh.
Well, is he?
Is he? Yep.
Oh my... Okay, I need to ask, why is it that every
There he
one of these
goes.
bitches who demonizes white people with CRT crap, they all have white freaking partners? Every one of them.
Yep. Yep. I think he's a doctor too. Patrick Johnson.
He's a patty as well.
He looks like a doctor. What is okay?
Every
Surgeon
time, I
Patrick
swear to
Graves
God.
Jackson. Patrick Graves Jackson, excuse me, in 1996. He's a surgeon by profession who works at the Pasquiera Health Center in Washington, D.C. He focuses in abdominal wall reconstruction. Ooh, a word I can't pronounce. Hernia repair. If it's a word I can't pronounce, woo!
Which is?
Cholecystectomy. Cholecystectomy. I don't know. It's unusual for me to find a word that even I'm like, woo, I'm not going to try that one.
Copy
I
and
did
paste me.
try.
I want to see it.
There was an attempt. Give me a gold star. So, yep, she's married to a rich surgeon.
Have you seen that shot that Sargon read this once on stage, where it was like based facts that you're not allowed to talk about, and one of them was on race relations as far as dating goes, and it was overwhelmingly in favor of white people as far as social standing goes, that every race that isn't white that dates white people, it is seen as a step up in the social hierarchy. And for white people, dating everyone else outside of the race was seen as a step down.
I don't know for white people with Asians. I'm not sure.
I have spoken to some Indians and Pakistanis, and they all tell me that
East Asians.
their culture reveres white people, and I have no idea why.
There's weird stuff in Indian culture where it's they do skin bleaching and stuff like that.
Yes, which is weird.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Ilhan Omar, Kamala Harris, AOC, all of these fucking white
boyfriends or
bitches,
husbands are white.
All are white. Like, would you keep your grubby colored hands off our men? Thank you.
Meanwhile, all they can do is talk about how much the fuck they hate white people and really white men. Well, that's curious, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's always I don't know. The Plenty of Fish data that I saw.
Ilhan married with her brother. What do you mean?
Yeah. Was that basically that black women in particular, they are not interested in black men. They are most interested in white men. And unfortunately, white men were like least interested in black women of all the groups. So that's two ships missing each other in the ocean, right?
I can see why.
Don't be racist.
That's not racist. It's just a case of they're overly masculine and loud and annoying.
It's cultural, I think, mostly.
Yes.
I think it's mostly cultural more than anything.
And
that
they are not. Okay, I'm gonna get crap for saying this word, but they're not civilized.
No, it's that there's this part of black female culture in the U.S. that it's like, you go, girl. It's like empowering for you to be
that's feminism.
Loud and obnoxious and
that's feminism.
Rude. I mean, and it really does not attract men. It doesn't attract any men.
And it's uncivilized. Because their women don't know when to shut the hell up. A good woman knows when to be quiet. Always.
Yes, there are many pretty black women, Zenith. I agree. I don't think it's about physical attraction as much as it is about social stuff. It might be, I mean, part of it might be physical, but I think a lot of it is I think the biggest hitch there, like in terms of why white men don't go after black women, is because the German shepherds, as Drexel says, but why they don't go after black women is it's that fucking attitude, man. It's that fucking attitude.
Do you want to know the God's honest reason why?
Huh?
It's because white women are far more attractive. That's the God's honest fucking truth. And let's not beat around the bush about it. Like, I am not going to be one of these people that will just say the polite thing. No, I will say the blunt, goddamn honest thing, which is that white and Asian women are more attractive. And that is the God's honest truth. I don't care if you disagree with me. That is the God's honest truth.
Every person's different.
No, that is literally a statistical fact.
I don't think you can make attractiveness statistical. Maybe you could. I don't know.
You can't do dating profiles. That's how they've done it before.
Yeah, I guess according to dating profiles, in terms of what men find most attractive, men find Asian and white women and Latino women. It really is black women who just get kind of shafted
Yes.
Not literally, but figuratively in this case, on the dating profile stuff, or black women really are, and
yes.
don't get mad at me, Patrices. Because I think because there are very pretty black women. It's not leftism. I grew up with a lot of pretty black ladies. My first person I ever dated was a black woman, so I might have a different. I might have a different opinion.
Someone was asking about Greek and Italian women. Godly. Oh my God! Like Greece and Italian, like Mediterranean woman. Oh dear God, yes. Here's the thing. I grew up in South Africa, and South Africa.
I know, Patricia's.
You tend to be tanned. So for us, like my ideal is dark skin, dark hair, dark eyes, because that's what I grew up around. That's what South African women are like. They're not the blonde-haired Aryans. They're tanned. So that's the kind of one that I would prefer. That's just my take. That's just what you grew up around.
This is I don't want to get down this fucking rabbit hole. I just said my opinion, which is that look, all I can say is what the data, the like OkCupid data illustrated, which was that basically no men wanted to date black women. There's no point in digging down into like why did that study find that? Was that because of the personality, or was it because of physicality, or was it a combination of both? I don't know. There most assuredly is more data on this. It's the only study that I'm familiar with on the top of my head. You're laughing at me for trying to escape this, aren't you?
No, someone said that dock everything for the skin for spoon. Like, yeah, kind of. I'm good. Okay, here's the thing though. I wrote an article about this on Substack like months ago, and this is my take for why there is such a problem with black men and women in America particularly. It's because feminism has destroyed their family structure, and
feminism has destroyed the value of the female.
Yeah. But here's the thing: if in their particular,
which we had a lot of social capital
God
before.
Damn it! Can I just get this out?
Go ahead. Sorry.
It's particularly like their culture is like the canary in the coal mine for some bizarre reason in America. That's just the case with them, and their society is overwhelmingly matriarchal because of the Great Society programs past LBJ. So because of this, there is no masculine figure in their neighborhoods. As a result, the girls grow up, they look at the females and they go, well, all the females are in charge. So the girls grow up adopting the matriarchal kind of attitude, and the boys have no idea what the hell they're supposed to do because there's no male role model around. So as a result...
Yeah, precisely.
Yeah, so...
I grew up in it.
Yeah, so as they grow up, the only masculine figure that the girls will gravitate towards is whatever fictionalized culture produces for them. And often in their environment, because there is no coherent social order, they gravitate towards like the chaotic gangster type, because that is the only thing that provides protection in that environment. This is why like a business
it's the only form of masculinity they can find.
Yes, will not gel in that environment. So as they grow older, and if they somehow escape this, they're going to look at their environments and go, well, I don't know what a male looks like in my own culture because I was never around it. So they look for it in a different culture. They look for someone that knew what the mother and father had for them, so they knew what to emulate in a partner.
More like we're evolutionary. Like whatever the culture is, the culture can be whatever the fuck it is. But we have an evolutionary proclivity towards women. By we, I mean have an evolutionary proclivity towards safety, security. Why? For the purpose of rearing children, right?
Yes.
So, well, they might find, and there's so much research on this. Women might find the most masculine faces attractive for sex. When it comes to partners, they look for slightly more feminized faces, like the less rough, the less aggressive, because the very masculinized faces, they're the alphas, they're the chads. They're going to have sex with a lot of women, but they're not going to settle down with anyone. So, for the most part.
Yeah, my jawline has cussed me.
Oh, God, you...
My jawline is sharp as hell, don't even lie.
Yes, it is, but you're making me give you compliments, you fucking dipshit. Anyway,
I didn't do that. You did that.
No, I agreed with your compliment of yourself.
That's a statement. That's not a compliment. This is the way it is.
All right. Anyway, so what the data
my parents
show distinctively is that women traditionally don't pick the Chad to marry, though. They want to fuck Chad, but they don't want to marry Chad because they want a man who's going to be a provider, a man who's going to take care of them, and that's for an obvious evolutionary rationale to take care of offspring, right? Now, we developed these ideas socially, like Christianity and monogamy and marriage, to not have women go and be promiscuous, particularly in a period of time before, birth control, which is a whole fucking mess that has completely destroyed the relationship between men and women, absolutely devastated it. So many levels. I literally have done a video on it, and I've done lectures on how much birth control has fucked up human society. But regardless,
Heather and Brett Weinstein, him and his wife, did a podcast on Joe Rogan. I don't think it's up anymore. I think it might be on Rumble, where they talked about the history of sex and the birth control pill. And I listened to that because it just like a loop on the next video. I wasn't paying attention to it. And I started listening like, this is actually quite interesting. And I was listening to them talk about the birth control pill and how that like fucked women's, like the sexual evolution. And that was,
it's completely destroyed. It's completely destroyed the family unit. It's completely ruined it. Now, again, when I'm talking about like the Chad is attractive, but the more slightly not beta, but less Chad alpha male is the mating partner. That goes back to prehistory, right?
What's the other one?
The Omega.
No, there's there's the Chad, there's the alpha, and then there's
what's the name for the lone wolf one? I forget.
Yes, someone in the chat tell us.
Yeah, it's a lone wolf type. I can't remember what's called though. Where it's kind of because the Omegas are the men who do not reproduce. They're completely outside of the sexual marketplace. And then I can't remember what the other one is. That's the
Sigma.
lone wolf type. Sigma male. Yeah, Sigma male grindset. Get on the Sigma male grindset. Reject femoids.
Yes,
to be honest.
Yeah, that would be me.
Thank you guys. Thanks, Chad.
I would be that one. The one that operates just away from the mass.
And by the way, this whole kind of alpha, beta, sigma, omega categorization is useful for heuristic purposes, but it's not completely descriptive of the human condition and mating strategy.
I agree. But I feel like
it's a useful framework, but it's not entirely descriptive.
Yeah. I was just looking at. I think one day I was just bored looking at some of the stuff because there's so many memes about the two, but there's none about the sigma. And I just like for shits and giggles looked at what the sigma ones like their characteristics were. I'm like, oh my god, like this is overwhelmingly me. The ones who like
OMG, this is me.
Yeah, because they say that they have tendencies to work outside of the group. They don't like attention. They prefer to work the
Let
lone
me
wolf
tell
types.
you why I don't like these things, because they turn into horoscopes, okay? That's why I don't like them. I think these are broad categories that you could maybe use and have some utility in that way, but that's about it. And don't try to push yourself into one of these categories. And by the way...
No, I didn't. I just looked at the two and I said, I'm not this.
I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking to people more broadly. Also, however these, if they do exist in any way, or if they are just broad categorizations, whatever they're also not, they're also mutable in that you don't if you think you're beta, you don't have to remain a beta. Now, unfortunately, and this is the reality, and it's the reality for men and for women. Now, women are way far less affected by this, but men are put on a whole different goddamn fucking pedestal as to what needs to be required for them to attain even an above average woman based on the, again, OkCupid data.
I just want to say for the record, Robo, I have never done a BuzzFeed. I don't think I've ever even visited BuzzFeed's website now that I look at it.
But
do they even have one?
BuzzFeed? Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And it's all, half of all of BuzzFeed is just personality quizzes. It's horoscope stuff.
Oh god, no! Like anyone who knows me knows that I detest any chick who talks about horoscopes. I will instantly burn them.
But Spoon, the alpha, beta, omega, sigma shit is a little bit horoscopy too. That's just kind of a men's version of a horoscope.
No,
yes, it is. Yes, it is.
No, because they're characteristics that are of people. Whereas the horoscopes is just like
they're mutable characteristics. You can change that kind of stuff. Like
yes, but the horoscope is horseshit.
They're both horseshit.
No,
I think they're both horseshit. Again, broad characteristics that you could define someone into, maybe, but you could do the same thing with horoscopes.
I prefer the personality test, to be honest. Like the 16 personalities.
I'll tell you about the MBTI. It's the Myers-Briggs. There's some evidence that where Myers-Briggs appears to have some utility is in workplace organizational communication. In that some people with very really very introverted personality types don't do very well with people with very extroverted personality types, for example, in a workplace scenario. So there's some utility for the MBTI, and there's some utility for this categorization of the alpha, beta, omega, sigma stuff. However, I with the alpha, beta, sigma things, I think that's I think it's mutable. I think that again there are some walls in the way. I don't think if you're really ugly, unfortunately, I don't think you can become an alpha Chad. Do you know what I mean?
No.
But it's the same thing with a woman who's just not blessed with perfectly good looks. It doesn't matter. I mean, I guess you can get a whole lot of plastic surgery. And that's the only way you get into that. And there's those meme articles that I think that was proven fake. But did you hear about this where like a guy in Asia married a woman and then they had a really ugly baby and he was like, it's because she had a huge amount of... I think that was fake, though. Is what I'm saying. I think that was fake.
That wouldn't surprise me, though. Their plastic surgery rate is like really high.
In Asia, yeah.
Yes. I think like they're the second highest next to Brazil. Brazil's like an insane amount of plastic surgery.
But my point is that like with men, with women, it's mostly physical appearance, I would say. And that's pretty much what it comes down to in terms of the value of women, right?
Are you asking my opinion?
I think the value of women in society is mostly based on, predominantly, not for everybody, but it is predominantly based on their appearance in terms of attracting a mate, right? In the social marketplace. Whereas for men, it's much more than appearance. Appearance is part of it, but it's also status, it's wealth. Whereas for women,
I think women are much more picky than men, actually.
Well, that's what I mean. But I feel
appearance.
You have a 10
as
woman.
far as appearance goes, women are a shitload more picky than men.
Right. Yes. So you have a 10. You have a woman who's a 10, right? She is an absolute fucking dime. Okay. She is not gonna just base her pick. She's not gonna base her pick on who is just the other dime in terms of male attractiveness. She also is gonna require him to be rich and successful and powerful. So even the 10, like men have a different scale. The attractiveness is not the end all be all. Whereas for women, that's kind of where it tops out. Like men for the most part, I'm just saying men for the most part don't look for a successful woman. They might look for a successful, intelligent woman.
That's a good saying, by the way. Wonko was just wrote in the chat, women want a man with a future, men want a woman without a past. That's fucking true. That's good. That's really good.
Kupus, yeah.
I have a saying as well, which is that looks draw you in, personality makes you stay.
I mean, that's well...
It's true, though.
But I'm different. I've got a woman, right? So for me, I don't get attracted to physical appearance very much. I get attracted to someone's personality.
Yeah, you get attracted to monarchists.
No, Bill is not a monarchist. He's an anarchist.
No, that's how you and I became friends. Like you an autistic monarchist.
That's how we became friends. But no, Bill's like he likes Bronze Age mindset. That's like his political philosophy. It's Bronze Age mindset.
Like he beats you with a club.
Yeah, isn't that how you meet your girlfriend? You beat her over the head with a club and then drag her back to your cave?
Probably in my country, that probably would work in some areas. To be honest.
Which one, Ireland or South Africa?
Yeah, South Africa, obviously. The Irish one is just done with an empty whiskey bottle. But same thing.
It's the same thing in Ireland. You just do it. Oh, big order up.
I thought you
was the Sassenach.
Yeah, some good times. The old days.
It reminded me of the Troubles, and then just drag her back to your
man cave.
No, is it your man cave or is your what is it? Government flat. I forget what it's called. Community housing.
Oh, well, the council estate?
Council housing.
Yeah.
Drag her back to your council housing flat.
I don't know,
Yeah.
like myself as far as, yeah, I would say appearance is as a,
We've gone so off the rails in this conversation.
no, I do think that there is a case for the appearance. Like for me, I am drawn to appearance first of all, but a big thing for me is a voice, because I don't know if anyone else is like this.
You gotta find a lady who matches your nice voice level. Yeah.
No, it's not mine. It's because I had one female friend that had a very attractive voice when I was younger, and I didn't pay attention to voices up until this woman made me realize that, oh look, a nice voice is like a thing. And then afterwards, it was annoying to me because if I spoke to any girl, it's like her voice was like my base level for what is acceptable. So if one was below it, it would put me off. So a nice voice is a big thing for me. So if I meet a girl that doesn't have a nice voice, that is a big turn off.
Interesting.
Yeah. Like, I mean, look, you have a quality that, you know, it's like if you've been with a 9, you don't go for a 6. It's like,
you said that to me before, and I mean, like, that's right. But and that's what I mean. Like, for men, I think, you know, appearance is probably the first thing, right?
Yes.
But everything else is an add-on. I think for women, for the most part, money and power and influence,
status,
those status, those are the big things. And then attractiveness is I'm talking for most women. And not all, by the way. This is not all. Hashtag not all.
Someone said stop talking about what build clubs.
Club. Thank you, Yorick.
That's why you had to bleach your hair to hide the bloodstains.
Oh no, I fucked it up a little bit too. Even though I left that bleach in, my head is full of peroxide right now, guys. I actually did kind of burn the back of my scalp. Because I am an actual bottle blonde, except I try to make it white. I'm just trying to like preempt, like, again, I'm 31. I'm just like, well, I'm just gonna keep bleaching it until it goes white, and then I'll never have to worry about it, right?
So is this you trying to kickstart the process?
I don't know. I started bleaching it because I used to dye it stupid colors.
Oh god, what feminist do, Aiden?
Now I've always been a weeb and a loser and a nerd, so I used to dye it dumb colors, and now I just leave it bleach blonde. Now I'm just a bottle blonde, man. And I have been for like 4 years.
Gina says, why would I care about voices when I don't listen to them? Yeah, there is that.
Let us finish this, because then I'm going to have to use the restroom. Let's try to get through this so that I can use the bathroom. How about that? Get off this giant tangent we've been on, although I think it was productive.
Well, the chat seems to be amused by it.
I am also amused. Let's try to finish this.
I don't know, I don't know about you, but I thought the whole point of the live stream was to amuse the chat. So if the chat is amused, I don't care.
That point, yes, that is true. But I feel like we've come to a bit of a conclusion on the whammon issue. Maybe not. There's a lot to talk about there.
Yeah.
Let's finish Teddy, our beloved cruise missile over here. Talking to her about her shit, and then also I have Holly on it, and
Holly's brutal.
Holly is fucking brutal.
Yes.
And then what's her name? Blackburn.
Oh, I like her. I like her a lot.
I
like
do
her
too.
a lot, actually.
I love her accent, actually.
Yes, she's very based.
She is very based. Let's finish this up, and we'll get to Holly and Blackburn.
Based on Congress's requirement. Take into account not only
again, like I said, her voice went up.
Sentencing guidelines, not only the recommendations of the parties, but also things like the stories of the victims, also things like the nature and circumstances of the offense.
There were no stories of the victims in in a lot of these cases. They were downloading pictures of CP that were uploaded on the internet. You didn't know who the victims are in most of these cases, you dumb ding dong.
And the history and characteristics of the defendant.
By the way,
so there were no victims that you could ask
By the way, someone in the chat, Von Sonchen, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, he says, I like this tangent. I heard rackets talk about this obnoxious bint. The fact that he used the phrase obnoxious bint, I very much approve. That is a phrase
I do
that
approve as well.
more people need to use, because bint is a massively underrated phrase.
I have to say, bint is my favorite insult for women.
Yeah, I agree. I like wench.
It's I like bint because it's so close to bin, and it also has a hard consonant end. All good insults have a hard consonant at the end. It could be a hard R, it could be a hard T, but every good insult ends with a consonant.
You know which two ones I'm thinking about right now?
I know which ones you're thinking about. Well, could it be Fagoli pasta and nougat?
It's agate fay.
No, it's Fagoli pasta and nougat. Well, Fagoli doesn't end in a consonant.
It's Louis' favorite gamer words.
Be careful about the gamer words. All right, let's finish this up.
Congress.
Oh wait, someone in chat just said Wicked went.
Wait 1 second.
Wicked went to the White House. That was the very first video I ever made, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was good. I recall that. Yeah.
Yeah, that was fun.
Is the body that tells sentencing judges what they're supposed to look at. And Congress has said that a judge is not playing a numbers game. The judge is looking at all of these different factors and making a determination.
Then why is it
in
100%?
every case based on a number of different considerations.
No, here's where that's an issue, right? That would be a reasonable thing to say if even 50% of her sentences were below the recommendation or were at the minimum recommendation. It's all of hers, 100%. That's not just what we call a preponderance of evidence. It's 100%.
Yeah,
Don't spell out the gamer words in my chat, guys. But yeah, that's not preponderance of evidence even. It's beyond that. It's saying you have a consistent pattern of behavior that's not just a little bit consistent, that is complete. Unilateral.
I like when you said don't spit out the gamer words and I'm helping.
Of course you are. Thank you, Neon Suspenders, for breaking up that gamer word.
You did this in Louis' chat as well. You fucked it up.
I know I did. No, I did. I put an ape here in there.
And then someone said you had to ruin it, Aiden.
I put in a Russian character.
Every case.
God damn it.
I did my duty to hold the defendants accountable in light of the evidence and the information that
I think in spite of the evidence is the word you're looking
yeah,
for.
in spite of. Get it straight, lady.
Was presented to me.
In 100% of the cases, was the evidence less than the prosecutors asked for?
Senator, the evidence in these cases are egregious. The evidence in these cases are among the worst that I have seen.
Then why did you give them light sentences?
As Congress directs, judges don't just calculate.
Why'd you give them minimum sentences then?
Judges have to take into account the
Sounds
personal circumstances of the defendant.
Soapbox as much as you want, lady.
A requirement of Congress.
Facts are. Data are.
Judges have to consider things.
The fact that I'm trying to spell game words in the chat and the fact that the chat is...
Spoon, you're encouraging them.
The fact that I'm trying to do that and the chat just literally fucks it up makes the chat look really dyslexic.
It's beautiful. I love it. I love it, guys.
Victims, and when I was talking about making sure that victims' circumstances are heard, it was about my sentencing practice.
What victims were heard?
That I
show victims being heard with respect.
Nope, sure didn't.
With your sentencing, I doubt they were heard. If they were heard, they were dismissed very quickly.
Hey, thank you, Arturits, for filling it with Cyrillic. But wait, no, you're doing it. God damn it! Don't do it in Cyrillic either.
I like our audience. Our audience are fun.
Oh my god.
Long-lived game awards.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you, Chairman.
I think that's the end of it, actually.
If you ever see me do a video and I'm telling you to
Was
go
at that moment.
If I tell you to go to BitChute or or Rumble, it's because I've said the F word repeatedly.
He can't stop himself.
I hate that is not a okay word, because it is a word that it is used to describe so many people that piss me off.
Like,
And
I don't have a Cyrillic alphabet
it's
installed.
nothing to do with their sexuality. It's just the fact that they're fucking irritating. Like, everyone who's in a gay pride parade who's an attention-seeking, that word is that describes them to a T. And it's because they're attention-seeking. It's not because they're gay.
Very true. I have
Yes.
written the in chat. I will use the restroom. Do you want to start on the next video by yourself?
Sure,
Holly?
and I will say bad words while you're away.
Don't say the gamer words. Don't say them, Spoon. I'm gonna let you have the Holly video, but don't. You're gonna have to try to control yourself. It's fairly short. I think this one is.
That's 34 minutes. How's that short?
Holy fuck! I thought it was 3 minutes. Fuck.
Yeah, now look, it's dyslexic.
And I guess I am. I don't know. You want to go through all of the Holly one?
Yeah, go on.
Let's do it. Let's just fucking do it. All right. Go ahead and.
By the way, if Louis ever comes on the stream, I will not tell him to stop.
I don't want. Look, we got monetized, lads, guys. We got monetized very quickly for a new channel. And look,
Louis is a base good boy.
Trying to jeopardize it. Louis is a base boy, but don't Susan's gonna get mad.
Louis has been saying that for freaking ages.
I know. I think he's demonetized though. Is he? No, people were typing. I gave him. It was on Streamlabs. Don't. Please don't. We just got monetized. Let's please try to keep this. Mostly, if you would like to, you can use other words. Spoon. Okay? But try not to use gamer words. I'm going to leave you with the video here of Holly. It's 34 minutes. Let's try to get through it. You want to put it, let's speed it up a little bit. How about that?
Do you watch the videos back?
What? Yeah.
Okay, so if I say it, you'll see it?
Yeah, I'll see it.
Oh,
I do unironically watch these streams back. Don't you fucking dare while I go to pee. You fucking dickhead. Go ahead and now watch fucking Josh Hawley.
Fine.
Chairman, Judge, nice to see you again. Thank you again for being.
I will say it at one point, just because I want Aiden to watch it and then suddenly scream, "God damn it, Spoon" on Discord, because it would make me laugh.
Here. Congratulations again on your nomination. I want to start where Senator Blumenthal left off. I want to talk with you about some of these cases. I mentioned them yesterday, so I know you know which ones I want to talk about. These 7 cases, child pornography cases, in which you had discretion. They came before you. You had discretion to sentence one way or another in these 7 cases. Not every case, of course, do you have discretion. Sometimes the law requires you to impose a sentence, certain sentence. But in these 7, you had discretion, and in each of these 7, you chose to depart both from the federal guidelines and also from the government's, the prosecutor's recommendation. Senator Lee's asked you a little bit about this. Senator Cruz has asked you about it. He had a chart with the 7 cases on it. Before we jump into those, I just want to correct the record on 1 or 2 things. Senator Coons suggested that in 3 cases, Nickerson, Wynn, and Fife, you actually
wait. Someone said
guidelines or
it's not been 2 hours. Don't say it until 2. Wait, does that make a difference to the algorithm to wait 2 hours? Because if that's the case. Hold on, when the stream go live? At 8:30, so 17 minutes roughly? Huh. Okay, I may keep that in mind.
At the same level of the prosecution, but in Nickerson, you didn't have any discretion. That was an 11C1C case. The law bound you, and Wynn wasn't a child porn case, and neither was Fife. Just one other quick thing to clarify. As to this comments about the probation office, the probation office doesn't issue national guidelines, right? I mean, the probation office doesn't issue sentencing guidelines. They're not public. They're not recommended to all judges. The probation office provides advice to judges case by case, usually in private, usually not available to the public. Is that right, Judge?
Not exactly, Senator. The probation office in criminal cases is assigned by the court to work with respect to the evaluation.
Chat, did he drop any gamer words while I was gone?
Consistent with Congress's requirements, the probation office prepares a pre-sentence report.
Do you have to ask the chat and not me?
Yeah, because I don't trust you.
I'm offended.
How John Monroe said you did a lot of gamer words while I was gone for 2 minutes. All right.
in which they review all of the statutory factors concerning sentencing. Congress has a statute for sentencing.
I like the chat to say no, maybe, no, all of them. Yeah, like what the hell?
I trust all of you.
No, Spoon is a good boy.
I trust that all of you are correct, despite the conflictory opinions.
It requires judges to consider the nature and circumstances of the offense, the history and characteristics of the defendant, the need for the sentence imposed to promote various purposes of punishment. There are many purposes listed in the statute. And the probation office.
I think if someone were to see my song list and things that I've listened to, they would probably have some different opinions of me.
Spoon's a good boy, but he does like his gamer words.
Is the arm of the court that does factual investigations in every criminal case.
I didn't say the no word.
There are certain
Lies.
cases in which you can waive it, but the background is the probation office's assessment of the facts related to a particular sentence and a particular crime. And the probation office's report, when a court sentences, actually, in most cases, becomes the findings of fact of the court. And so the probation office appears just like the...
Is Hawley a lawyer, actually? I have no idea.
I think he has a background in it. Josh Hawley. Most, to be fair.
Most do, I think.
Yes, he's a lawyer, yeah.
Did Kennedy go through her?
Oh,
John
wait,
Kennedy.
which?
John Kennedy.
Go through what?
Her. Isn't question her.
Oh, the new John Kennedy, yeah.
Is really should watch that. I like Mr. Kennedy. Kennedy's cool.
Did he question her? I don't know. What's her name again? Her name is... Oh, yeah.
Because I imagine he would have, because I like Kennedy. Kennedy is fucking brutal.
Oh, yeah, he's got some based takes. I don't think he has questioned her. Wait.
What? Senator
John Kennedy meets with Kentaji Brown. This was in March 9th. So he's met with her. This is still ongoing. He might not have spoken with her yet.
Oh.
Sorry, when you said John Kennedy, I was like, what? My immediate response was, excuse me.
Oh, yeah, he has.
Did he? Oh, okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr.
Shit, I bet it was based.
Here, check it out.
Oh, fuck. Let's try to get through... I put this on slightly increased speed, so let's try to get through this. Did you decrease it? Okay, let's increase the speed on this a little bit. Try to get through this. I can't stay up too late, guys, I got a freaking plane tomorrow, as I explicated earlier. And then we'll, alright, it's the next one. John Kennedy, next one on the thing. Let's see. Sorry, we diddled around too much. Not a good thing to say in regards to this woman. Fuck. But not a good word to use in regards to this woman's legal history. Do you get what I mean?
Prosecution and the defense, the probation office has written a report and they make a recommendation to the court based on their independent analysis related to the facts of a particular crime and defendant and sentence.
Understood. So they give the court counsel. Understood. However, they don't issue guidelines. They're not uniform. It is by its very nature a case-by-case inquiry, as you said. The report goes to the judge. As I understand it, the pre-sentencing report, the probation reports are not public in all of the cases that we're talking about here. I'd love to see them if they are. But it's not as if there's one set of guidelines that are federal sentencing guidelines and then there's the probation guidelines. The probation office is giving advice to the judge.
Right. Well, yeah, we're in Ben Shapiro speed.
Senator,
but it's not the same.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
That's all right. Let me ask you about a specific case. I mean, let's talk about, I listed these 7 cases in which you had discretion and you did not follow the prosecutor's recommendation or the sentencing guidelines.
Spoonie,
Let's talk
muted.
about one of them because we've talked about some of them as a group. Let's talk about United States versus Hawkins. I think that's one you probably remember from 2013. The defendant there was Wesley Hawkins. He was 18 years old at the time. He uploaded 5 video files of child pornography from his computer to YouTube. This is how the police got
Oh my
onto him.
god,
They
what
then
an
uploaded
idiot!
36 depictions
What
of
a
child porn.
fucking retard! I'm sorry. I can't help myself.
You did this on YouTube? What a fucking moron.
You uploaded CP to YouTube? And that's how you got caught?
He should have gotten a harsher sentence just for that. That's
Just
fucking
for
retarded.
being such a fucking moron. Are you... What the hell, dude?
Someone said I muted to say Game Awards.
Yeah, he did.
No, I didn't.
Are you sure? And mute? No, he said a whole bunch and he was muted. He just... I mean, he said things that... Oh, wow, I can't... I certainly can't
you
repeat.
lie.
Wow, yeah, there were words I'd never even heard before. Inventive. He literally muted himself to say the slur.
I actually did.
I know. Let's continue.
And other lewd children to his iCloud account. When the police
What
executed
a
a search on his
fucking
apartment or
dingus.
premises, they found 17 videos on his laptop and 16 images of child pornography. All of them very graphic, some of them involving very young children. The 17 videos in particular, this is from the government sentencing memorandum in this case, just so we understand the facts. Here are some of the videos that the government charged and
Yeah, just
covered.
to be clear, what she was looking at here.
24-minute, 6-second video depicting a 12-year-old male committing a sexual act. I'm not gonna read exactly what it was. There was a 1 minute and 57-second video depicting an 8-year-old committing a sexual act. There was an 11-minute and 47-second video depicting an 11-year-old committing a sexual act and being raped by an adult male. There was a 15-minute and 19-second video depicting two 11-year-olds committing sexual acts. There was a 7-minute and 51-second video depicting a 12-year-old
Look at how just
committing a
procedural she
act.
looks in response to it, because she
as the
knows all
government
this
said
shit.
In this case, and I'm quoting now from the transcript of the sentencing hearing, 17 videos is
Look
a
at
lot.
Just being real clear. Look at that fucking dumper right behind her on that police officer. Look at that dump truck. I'm sorry, I hate myself sometimes. Look, what Josh is saying is really upsetting. So I got distracted by the police officer's big fucking dump truck behind Miss Jackson or Brown Jackson.
And some of the videos, including the ones that are described in the
You called me a nasty word spoon. I heard that. You can't. I know you muted yourself, but
Yes.
still.
statement of the offense, and I've just related some of them, are very lengthy and include numerous images, numerous views, sometimes collages, sometimes multiple victims. You see the act in progress. The government goes on to describe some of these as sadomasochistic images. So this is this is a
God,
tough case.
dude.
This is one
What
of those tough
the
cases
fuck?
you were referencing earlier. You talked about it this morning. So these cases are terrible. This is one of them. This is terrible stuff. This is not a good guy who's doing this stuff. Guidelines recommendation in the case was 97 to 121 months. So if I'm doing my math right, that's up to 10 years. And in this case, the guidelines recommendation was essentially written by Congress because in the PROTECT Act of 2003, Congress specified what they wanted the range to be in these kind of cases. And Congress also specified what they wanted the mandatory minimums to be. I know you remember the PROTECT Act because you've talked about it. You've given lectures on it. And it was enacted, as I said, in 2003. It was 84-0 was the vote here in the Senate. The reason the PROTECT Act
so
was
they
put in
all
place
agreed
was
this was a
concern
good thing to
over
do.
lenient sentences by judges in child porn cases.
This was a bipartisan agreement to enact this guideline. And she didn't give a fuck, apparently.
Which is what you described. You said about it, there was an increasing perception on Capitol Hill and within DOJ that liberal judges were to blame for the downward pressure on federal sentences and that legislation was necessary to rein them in. That's you in 2011 describing this law. So Congress has set the guidelines here, 84-0 in the Senate. I noticed the chairman voted for it, as did a number of other members of this committee. So the Congress sets the range. Essentially, it's 97 months up to 10 years. Now, the prosecutor in this case, this is in D.C., of course, you're on the federal district court. The prosecutor in this case, it's a liberal administration, I think it's fair to say. This isn't the state of Texas. See my colleague from Texas next to me here. The prosecutor in this case, nevertheless, still asked for 2 full years in prison. You gave the defendant 3 months. Guidelines
Yeah,
called
this
for
was the
10 years.
18-year-old guy.
The prosecutor wanted at least 2. You gave him 3 months. And when you did, you made a number of arguments and statements in the record. And I'd like to go through some of them because I've read them all.
Look, she
And
got
the
that
first
resting
argument
bitch
you made
face
was
right
that the
now
federal
again because
guidelines
she
to
knows she's
punish
got fucking
child
caught
porn
for an
offenders, the ones that
insane
Congress wrote,
fucking decision.
were, and I'm quoting you now, are in many ways outdated. That's your quote. And you went on to say about why you
Outdated.
thought they were outdated. I'm going to quote you again. You say, and I quote, "I don't feel that it's appropriate to increase the penalty on the basis of the number of images or prepubescent victims, meaning little kids, as the guidelines require, because these circumstances exist in many cases, if not most, and don't signal an especially heinous or egregious child pornography offense," end quote.
Can you believe? Did you guys hear what the fuck her argument was. She was like, oh, it doesn't matter how much CP he has. Doesn't matter how long it's been going on for. Oh, well. First time offender, I guess. He's 18. And these are 8. And you heard the age of the children. 8, 11. It gets worse.
I just want to ask you about that because I just have to tell you I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around it. We're talking about 8-year-olds and 9-year-olds and 11-year-olds and 12-year-olds. He's got images of these. The government said added up to over 600 images.
600 fucking images.
Of these children, but you say this does not signal a heinous or egregious child pornography offense. Help me understand that. What word would you use if it's not heinous or egregious? How would you describe it?
Yeah, how would you describe it?
Thank you, Senator, for letting.
Oh, did you... Spinner, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Did you like that pause? Or she had to fucking think about it for a minute?
No, because she's a terrible human being.
No. Yeah, not like is perhaps the wrong word. Now, I don't know if the guy that did this, I don't know his racial background.
Yeah, I was
someone asked that earlier. Someone asked that earlier. I don't know. So I can't say. And I looked it up and I couldn't find out. Not easily. I mean, I looked it up briefly during the stream. I'm not sure about
what was the name of the offender.
This was 1 second. It was
State versus whoever.
State versus. Where did I type this in? U.S. versus Hawkins. This is the case they're talking about. And when I looked it up, I found some unrelated stuff. Hawkins, unfortunately, is a common name. And I wasn't able to... Oh, wait, here we go. Hawkins versus United States. Wait, case text. Oh, hang on. Maybe I did find it. Well, if Cloudflare will work. U.S. versus Hawkins. This would be 2013. Yeah, here we go. This is the right one. Background. Hawkins pled guilty to the transportation of child pornography in a violation of 18 U.S.C. Statute to production of child pornography. He didn't just have it and transport it; he produced it. He also entered guilty pleas to knowingly receiving CP in violation of a charge charged in count 2 in the indictment, and knowingly possessing the same CP in violation of another charge in count 3 of the indictment. The court sentenced Hawkins to 240 months in counts 1 through 2 to run concurrently with each other. The court sentenced Hawkins to 120 months on count 3, 360 months as to count 4, the indictment to be served consecutive. So this was the sentencing. Does it say what his race was? I don't know what. I don't think it matters. Normally, I would not think this kind of shit matters, but because of who she is, I think it matters. It might. I can't find in the document. There's no mention of African American or black, so he might be white. In which case, what the fuck? If she doesn't have a racial motivation for doing this, then why? Why would you?
I'm inclined to believe he's black.
Well, let's see. Jason Hawkins, that's his name.
No, it's Wesley Hawkins.
Is it a different plaintiff? Or excuse me, a different
Wesley
Hawkins v. United States is a CP charge from 2013. This is a different Hawkins v. US?
Yeah, Wesley
for
Hawkins,
CP?
18, appeared to have a sexual identity issue, as well as insecurity about his weight and social acceptance. His mother,
but there's no evidence about his
mother. There's no father.
No shit.
Yeah, probably black.
I don't know about. Well, I don't know. You can't say that kind of stuff.
I just did.
Riley Robo said there was a picture that Ricada found.
Oh, did he?
I don't know. I don't know. If it was not racially motivated, which with someone like this, I would anticipate racial motivation. And I'm not saying that because she's black. I'm saying that because of her politics. Okay. So that's weird. Well, I mean, if he is white, it means that this is not just pure SJW motivation. This is something else, right? This is not just BLM kind of stuff of I gotta help out my brother, right? Which there are people like that exist. Trust me. There's white people who do that too. I don't know. Creepy. Yeah, I don't like. That's why I've been really hesitant to look it up.
No, because I'm finding stupid fucking headlines. Like the GOP goes down the rabbit QAnon hole to trash. Like, oh.
Timid Falco Knight says if Rackets was right, he was black. If Rackets looked into this, I'd have to rewatch the stream. But I mean,
it wouldn't surprise me.
I know that sounds biased on my part, but she is clearly a far left political actor, and I would not be shocked if she was racially motivated in giving someone who had hours and hours of a large amount of CP, a lower sentence, in part because of racial justice. That's my first thought, but I can't find it. I can't find it easily, so I don't know. Rackets also has access to better stuff than I do. I'm just looking at Google, so I'm not sure. Anyway, let's continue.
Me address the concern that you've put forward based on the record that you've reviewed. As a judge who
now look, she sounds scared
and has
there it is again as a mom
tasked with the
as a mom
responsibility of actually reviewing the evidence that you
as a
did
mom
not describe in polite company, the evidence that you are pointing to, discussing, addressing in this context is evidence that I have seen in my role as a judge, and it is heinous.
If it's so heinous, why did you give him 3 months for something that was recommended 2 years?
I believe this is 100% true because I'm seeing people in the Daily fucking Mail saying this is wholly signaling to QAnon. Like, dude, this is like bad memeing.
What? Where? What?
Daily Mail.
About what?
This story.
Oh.
It's like White House slams Josh Hawley's embarrassing QAnon signaling smears.
Who
It's like,
gives a frick?
God, you are fucking retarded.
That's like, who gives a damn? Honestly, like, oh, it's just.
I'm not imposing my personal views and policy preferences. Yeah, because I don't think you have any.
No, of course I don't.
At least not for principles.
Yeah, of course not. Oh, by the way, the stream got demonetized. I just noticed. I think it still showing super chats, but the stream itself, not shocked. Obviously, nasty topic, nasty subject matter.
What did we say?
We're talking about C to the P.
We're not endorsing it. God's
sake. No, I said in the beginning of the stream, it's something you can't, and I understand why, and you can't talk about on YouTube.
It's gay.
I just happened to check while I was looking through some shit. Anyway,
wait, if this is demonetized, can I start saying Game Awards?
No, I think you can still send super chats if you want, but we just won't get ad revenue, which is fine.
Gay.
I was not expecting this to be advertiser friendly, to be fair. Anyway.
Is egregious. What a judge has to do is determine.
Now she sounds very serious, even though she did this crap.
Consistent with the elements that the statutes include
that you didn't follow,
requirements that Congress has set forward
that you didn't follow.
Unwarranted sentencing disparities is something that the Sentencing Commission has been focused on for a long time.
Actually, what you have done, lady, is a disparity.
Are horrible.
Hang on. What she has done is a disparity. She's refused to follow guidelines. She has refused to follow the normative sort of process. That's called a disparity, an aberration. So you're a disparity here in terms of your sentencing. Dingus?
All of the offenses are egregious. But the guidelines, as you pointed out, are being departed from even with respect to the government's recommendation. The government, in this case and in others,
which you didn't follow,
asked for a sentence that is substantially less than the guideline penalty. And so what I was discussing was that.
And you didn't do either. And you didn't do either. You didn't follow the government. You did not follow the government recommendation nor the sentencing guidelines. What in terms of you didn't follow what the government asked for, and you didn't follow the recommendation. You went. The government asked for 2 years. You gave him 3 months. The sentencing recommendation was something like 10 years.
Guidelines in this area not doing the work of differentiating
do shit.
defendants.
I'm reading some of the stuff here, and I love how this is framed as the Republicans are attacking her on her sentencing history. And they didn't attack her, they just literally pointed it out. They just were like, you have gone below the guidelines for every single fucking case of this particular crime you've ever tried.
Yes.
Why? And that's
100%.
not an attack, that's just saying, justify this. That's not an attack, that's trying to explain what the hell is wrong with your head.
Yeah. Also, Lightning NC, I hope you're correct, but I can't confirm, but just to reiterate what you said, he said, hey, I'm 5 minutes behind. If you haven't found it yet, Ricada's chat found the Hawkins guy, and he is black.
Told you.
I don't have it. I haven't been able to find it. I'm just trying to go through this. But no, I wouldn't. That's what my immediate thought was, and I'm guessing it was also the thought of Ricada's chat at the time.
Of course.
Just not for any. It's not because she's black. It's because of her general political opinions.
I'll be honest. I thought it was black because no white person would be stupid enough to upload CP to YouTube.
I don't know, there's some dumb white folks, dude, but like, that is some dumbass shit. But like, oh yeah, I gotta upload this to YouTube so I can show it around. What the hell are you thinking?
It's like whenever you see black, you know how many times I've seen black people rob shit and then they show it on Facebook?
It is kind of insane, right? I mean, I to be fair, again, I've seen white rednecks do that kind of shit too, but the propensity at which black people do it is certainly higher. Or the not propensity, the frequency at which they do it is certainly higher. Hey, Yiz, nice to see you.
Yeah, and when I see shit like that, my head just goes.
I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why black people do that. I don't get it.
I can tell you on Discord.
Von Sonch, yeah, it's West Virginians, people high on freaking opiates and stuff who upload themselves committing crimes. But other than that, I don't know why it's so. I think is it like an ego thing? I don't know. It's just weird.
Case, and so that's what I was talking about.
No, do you know what it is? What it honestly is? It's because black people have a desperate desire to be seen.
Yeah, it's clout, right?
That is the God's honest fucking truth, and they desperately want to be accepted by white society.
I don't think you get accepted by white society by knocking over a supermarket.
It is absolutely by white society. Look at them; they desperately try to be in our history, and they suck at it because their histories have nothing based. Our histories are filled with kings, queens, monarchs, and empires.
Oh, there's like the Mali Empire and stuff.
Yeah, that's one, but that's it. Look at us. Like, the most base thing about Africa is Egypt and my country.
I don't know. There have been some accomplishments in
tell me I'm wrong.
For the most part, it's been...
Yes, it's
not been great.
Yeah, do you know what is the most impressive accomplishment about Africa? It's the fact that a bunch of white people were to oppress like 80% of the country and do it successfully.
Fuck, man, this is too fucking.
We're like the Jews. We're like the Jews with balls.
Yo, like, I'm not gonna say shit.
Come on, that's funny. None of that is cringe. That is the reason why my country was successful.
Shut up. Not saying anything about that. All right.
But I want to assure you, Senator, that I take these cases very seriously, that these cases include the notion by many defendants that the folks at issue, that the defendants themselves are collecting these images on the internet. They're terrible things that have happened, but they're not involved, say the defendants. They're not focused on,
Real quick, just because, thank you. Silgar did say the Zulu, Ixom, Egypt, Mali, Songhai, Morocco, Tunisia. There have been successful African empires. Just saying.
All not black.
Some of those, yeah. Egypt's the one you could contest easily. Well, and Morocco maybe.
Egypt
But
is
yeah.
more Middle Eastern, I would say, than.
Yeah, Egypt and Morocco probably, but yeah.
What is actually happening to the children. And so part of my sentencings was about redirecting the defendant's attention. It's not just about
Redirecting their
how much
attention?
time-
What the hell does that mean?
Look at Holly's face. What do you fucking mean by that? Redirecting their attention?
Yeah.
She's saying, I guess she's saying it's rehabilitation, right? I'm gonna get them to be focused on something else other than CP so that they can be rehabilitated. No, sorry. Disavow, disagree, sickening. If you've look, here's the thing. When you, according to the legal article I brought up about this person, they were also disseminating. It's bad enough they were downloading. They were also disseminating. It means they were making this worse. They were compounding the suffering for the children who were raped, okay, to produce this content. And they were, this person who did this was compounding that child's suffering by sharing it. Saving it alone is bad enough. Looking at it alone is bad enough. But they were sharing it, according to the legal document that I read. That's sickening. And here she is trying to make excuses. Fuck you, lady.
A person spends in prison. It's about understanding the harm of this behavior.
Yeah, to the children who were raped.
Other kinds of restraints that sex offenders are ordered rightly to live under at the end of the day. The sentences in these cases include not only prison time, but restraints on computer use, sometimes for decades.
Yeah, yeah, for real.
To go near children, sometimes for decades.
Yes,
all of these things.
Yes,
judges
for decades.
Consider in order to affect what Congress has required.
And I just want to put it in the chat, David Donovan, yes, you are correct. The guy in this particular case was 18. However, the images of the children that he had were 8 to 11 to 12. They were not children they were not people his own age. He clearly had a proclivity, right? So I would say, yeah, he probably shouldn't be able to use the internet for a decade. He probably shouldn't be allowed to have access to children for a very long time. Just in my opinion.
Should be in jail for 10 years.
Alright, Turrets, you're trolling me. You're trolling me with that statement. If no one viewed it, I mean the child suffered in vain. Is that what you want? So heartless.
Oh my god.
He's trolling. He's trolling.
Damn, that's
so gross, dude. That's so gross.
That's like extremely spicy. God damn, that's
you're fucking trolling though, dude. I know he's trolling.
Which is a sentence that is sufficient but not greater than necessary to promote the purposes of punishment.
Yeah, well, let me just ask you about that last point, because you said this a couple of times now.
I like what Yiz just said. No jail time for pedos, only public execution. Yes, guillotine. I made the same case earlier.
Yeah,
it's time for
I would think that with convicted people who have been convicted of child molestation, they should be chemically castrated for life. I actually think that's the correct.
And serve as eunuchs.
Yeah, I think they should be chemically castrated for life. I'm not saying to kill them. Chemically castrate them for life.
You know what you should do? You know that thing that I had in Dragon Age that makes them tranquil? You should do that.
Yeah, basically make them tranquil. Yeah.
Gamer reference.
If you've harmed a child, I think you should be castrated. Just saying.
The sentences require. Congress wanted the guidelines to be mandatory. Congress wrote the guidelines in this case. They wanted them to be mandatory.
I mean, I think maybe you should be killed, but
to consider to choose between the sentencing range. Congress wanted you to choose between 97 and 121 months. That's what Congress wanted. The Supreme Court in Booker said that the sentencing guidelines would be discretionary, so the Supreme Court gave you the discretion.
But Mr. Mean Man, white man, he was a black person, therefore I have to get him off.
Yes, you think it's cruel and unusual? Just kill him? I mean, we're just gonna kill him. Sorry, I'm thinking of the Spoon. Have you ever seen? I showed it to you. No, we watched it together. Sam Hyde when he did his speech at
University.
Drexel,
Yeah.
not our pal Drexel, but at Drexel University, and he goes, "We're just gonna kill him." And when he says it, he forms his body into the shape of a swastika. It's really an interesting part of that talk. But anyway, we're just gonna kill him. You think you might be right. Yes, it might be cruel and unusual to allow them to live in such a state, but I don't get this weird libertarian aspect of me still hanging around.
Yeah.
Still rattling around in there.
You should combine it with the absolute monarch.
I did. This is how I became a mixed monarchy system advocate. That's how I became in favor of Kunat Lenin's system.
No, absolute monarch.
I know.
Power.
Anyway.
Congress wanted them to be mandatory. My only point in raising that is just to say that you had discretion in these cases, and you used your discretion to choose the sentences that you did. Let me ask you about some of the things, though, that you said, because you said this morning, and I appreciated it, how you want to direct the defendants. You want to get them to own up to what they've done in these cases. And I thought that was powerful, and I thought it was right.
Look how kind.
Let me just ask you about what you said to this defendant.
Being
you said
fair.
To this defendant, to whom you sentenced
she's
only
a
3
fucking
months in
crazy
prison,
person.
that your collection, I'm quoting you, your collection at the time that you were caught was not actually as large as it seems.
What?
The government felt the need to respond to you on the record. They said the government doesn't believe that it's appropriate to just disregard the number of images, that the number of images can be appropriate. And indeed, in this case, the defendant has amassed an extremely large collection.
Why does it matter? Fucking, like, okay, if it's you're on LimeWire, an image got downloaded or whatever, something like that. If it's one picture, if it's one file that's in your whole fucking thing because you downloaded an accident thing, and you contacted the FBI and said, "Holy shit, someone sent me this shit on Discord. I had no idea what was going on. I downloaded a file. It had fucked up shit in it. Report it to the FBI." That's one thing. If you have more than one fucking file on your computer, I think that's it. I don't think the size of the file or folder actually makes too much difference after it's over one, right? And you haven't reported it. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
She's calling it his collection. What the fuck? Dude, I can't. I don't understand. His collection, it could have been bigger. You're gross, lady. Holy crap.
Of child pornography.
Fuck.
But you disregarded that. You also told the defendant, you said this seems to be a case.
By the way, I just want to address this in the chat. To be a libertarian monarchist is more based than just being a libertarian.
Yeah, it is, but it takes, you gotta take a bunch of purple pills.
You have to take a whole lot of red pills.
No, it's the purple pill. It's the monarchy pill. It's difficult. It's you gotta like sit around and think and philosophize for a bit, and
Yes. And you also
then
have to-
become very autistic.
You have to also drink some clear pills.
Just become autistic. There you go. You'll figure out the monarchy perspective.
No, I didn't become autistic.
I know you're not autistic.
No, I just had to read Moldbug. That helped. Moldbug.
Yeah,
is the best boy.
Moldbug, Eric von Kunat Lenin. Those are the ones I would also say read Hayek, even though he's not there's a lot of libertarian and
Mises.
thinkers and Mises that libertarian. By the way that both of us came to monarchy was totally out of libertarianism. So like it wasn't out of some weird. Both of us we've both been called fascist a whole bunch of times, but we both came to it completely out of libertarianism.
I'm like the worst fascist ever.
We're not good fascists.
Yeah.
Yeah. But how does one become a libertarian and a monarchist? I would, again, highly recommend reading Erich von Kunat Lenin. It's not the focus of the stream. That's why we're not going to get into it. We've done streams about it. I also have documents about it on my Google Doc. If you'd like to read my
I can sum
notes on it.
It's very simple. If you are a liberal, you believe that there's certain values. It's not necessarily connected to any type of government. What you want is what is the systems and structures that will best preserve libertarianism. And unbelievably, without a doubt, democracy sucks for that, and monarchy is way better.
Anarchy kind of sucks at it. Like, by the way, I think both Spoon and I would prefer a anarcho-capitalist sort of system. Yes. But the problem is that anarcho-capitalism has no way to protect itself from external threat. So an what I would call a libertarian monarchist system actually allows for you to have the protection of an overarching government to protect the maximization of individual liberty. That's basically our hypothesis, is that how do we maximize individual liberty while also at the same time not abandoning cultural values.
It said
right?
Links to be appreciated. Give me 2 seconds. And
sure, I can also give you one as well.
I actually have the Mises website open up because I'm autistic.
Yeah, do that. And I'll also put the Google Doc if I can.
It's basically the reason.
Oh, and not on this.
This is gonna sound really.
I'm locked out of everything right now. I forgot. As I told you guys earlier.
This is gonna sound a bit offensive. I don't like voting because I think people are too stupid and they should not be involved in statecraft.
I actually agree.
I think you should have a monarch,
myself included.
Yes, who is immune to the whims and desires of the plebs.
Unfortunately, the monarch can be prone to the whims and desires of powerful elites and all kinds of other things. We're not saying this. The difference is that Spoon and I don't advocate for an idealistic, perfect form of government. We're advocating for a very realistic form of government, one that's worked for most of human history. So, and we're not saying it's perfect, and we're not saying it never fails, which is the difference between ourselves and a lot of people who are defenders of democracy or communism or whatever. We are not saying that monarchy is a perfect system, because there is no perfect system. We're just saying that this seems to be more stable and preferable. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Did you mute yourself? Oh.
Well,
fucking Spin was giving a speech and he muted himself. What a ding dong.
There we go. No, I can.
Thank you, chat, for letting him know.
I'm fucking hell, like there's a hold on a second. I will say the key on
Can you try to bring back what you were trying to say?
Yeah, no, the OBS is just, it's very.
Stop muting yourself.
I know, it's because the OBS is unusually.
Stop muting yourself. Stop muting yourself.
You know, if I can just get the sentence out and you can shut your noise hole for a second, the stream wouldn't be as long. The thing with elitism is you will always have elites competing for something. Like, the society is not moved by the masses. Society is like a giant blob in the middle, and it just moves around, and the masses are on the edges, or the masters, should I say, is on the edges, just pushing the masses, moving left to right. It's not necessarily like a mainstream elite.
If I can put a psychological spin on it, right? So here's the thing about people. We're all cognitive misers, all of us.
You're new to this game, Wars. Hold on a second.
Yeah, he's just screaming obscenities. And stop it. Now he did. Am I muted?
No, you're not muted.
Okay. So here's the thing about human psychology. It's the most basic thing to understand about politics, right? Everybody is a cognitive miser. Here's why. We only have energy. It has always been a resource. It always will be. For the human brain, it's a resource. So it takes a lot to fuel the human brain. And because of that reason, we are developed evolutionarily to try and save energy by not thinking too much, right? For that reason, all of us are evolutionarily designed to not want to think too much. Now, if your job is my job or Spoon's job, which is to think about shit think about politics all the time. If you're a political commentator, or if you're one of you people in the chat who is listening here and thinks a lot about politics, then you are thinking about it a lot more. Whereas the vast majority of people want to spend that cognitive energy focusing on other things, right? Can you guys hear me, by the way? Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
all right.
they can.
Just making sure. So that's where the problem is, that the vast majority of people, like 95% of people, they're focused on their daily life, on how do I, deal with my relationships with other people, my job, my friendships, my this kind of stuff, my children, if they have any, my romantic relationships. That's what, even just on watching a TV show, that's what focuses and makes up their entire time, because that's what matters to them. Whereas think about this esoteric political shit, it doesn't relate to their personal life in any way that they can manifest their psychology into, right? So for that reason, generally speaking, most people, they have political beliefs to some degree, but they don't actually think about them, because it takes too much energy. So they kind of just know what they believe, and they follow that sort of perspective. That's what it comes down to. And for most people, and I do mean the vast majority of people, something like 95% of people, again, probably not the people here because you're listening to this, but for the vast majority of people, they don't really think, and it's not because they're stupid, it's because it takes a lot of energy to do it. That's it.
It's a bit because they're stupid.
Some people are stupid, yes, but a lot of people just they want to expend that energy on shit they find more important, on their family, on their friends.
What was the link that you told people? Because
I don't have any access to any of my normal links. I was going to link to my Google Docs about on my notes on von Lennon, but I don't have access to it right now because I've lost my link.
Then you can just.
It will be back by next week. By next week, I will have had many conversations with Google and bitched at them enough to be able to get back into it.
You can just read the one that I linked. That will probably get you most of the way there. Actually.
That's the book. I had a notes, but I can't get into it now.
Yes, but I'm saying if you read the book.
If I look at my Twitter, I might be able to.
Or if you want to go full insane and go full Austrian, which is not a reference to Hitler, by the way, is read Mises's Human Action. Now that is a fucking monster of a book. That is 940 pages, I think. Is that is the Austrian economic manual, basically. Because the Austrian economists don't deal with formulas. They don't believe in macro and microeconomics. It's just like, this is the study of human behavior, is how they see economics, because they see human action drives the economics, not formulas. Stop muting yourself. Am I muted, Aiden?
What? I don't know. I can't tell because you're not muted to me.
No, that's John on his super chat.
Oh, now I'm gonna get paranoid. Thanks, guys.
Thank you for the super chat, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Yes,
I'm trying to find my other document.
And while she says that, I'm going to recommend things people can read if you want.
I've posted the same Pepe like 1,000 times. Jesus Christ.
If you want to make sense of what is going on with Russia and China, there is a Mises book. It's on the Mises website. It's by Marian Rothbard, which is What Has the Government Done to Our Money? If you read that, you'll go, oh my god, this makes a lot of sense now.
Yeah, it definitely does. That is one I would recommend as well.
That's a short book. That's only like 90 pages. And the Anatomy of the State is a basic one. Basically, we are fans of the Austrian school.
Yeah.
Because the Austrians are way smarter than our.
Oh, here we go.
People.
This is sorry. Oh, this is just the notes. Here's what I was gonna. Yeah, that's what I wanted to show you guys.
Based, absolutely based.
Here, I found it. Here are just the notes. You should be able to have access to this document. There you go. That's just the notes.
Someone asked, did we arrive at this position after monarchy?
I did after monarchy. I arrived after a monarchic perspective. So.
No, I derived at this because, as I was watching a lot of political commentators, it was just very much the case of, this is all well and good, but I'm not learning anything new. It was just the same tug of war back and forth, and it made me go, I feel like I'm missing a piece of this puzzle. And then Sargon at the time spoke about Moldbug and the cathedral, and I went, ooh, that sounds weird, and I like weird things, in case that isn't obvious. So I went to go look at unqualified reservations, and that took me down the red pill rabbit hole, and I went like, this guy's worldview makes way more sense than ours. And that was hooked. I was down that rabbit hole, and he said, read Lenin. That's how I came across him. He said, Hopper, read Democracy, the God That Failed. And he said, in a live stream with Michael Malice, someone asked him, who from the old right would you recommend reading? And they were talking about these old British writers, about Hamilton's view of the redcoats.
Oh yeah,
opinion.
you can also find my script
Yes.
here for the discussion. This is my opinion. This second one. This
Yes.
is me putting it into as succinct of a form as I could. If this seems long, this is me trying to be very succinct. It's only 5 pages. This is me trying very hard to be succinct.
Yeah, and the main reason I shifted away from democracy is because, and this is going to sound really arrogant, but I just thought, like, why are people so stupid, and why the hell do these morons get a say in politics? And it just struck me as insane, and I just thought, no, the idea of an elite raised to govern with sense, and it isn't tempted by power because they already have power, made way more sense to me. And I thought, why the hell do we not use this system anymore? Because this seems way more sensible. And also because the main reason I don't like democracy is because no politician ever gets held accountable for corruption. Ever.
That's more than anything, my biggest issue with democracy. We never ever hold politicians to account. Not really. Not in any sincere way.
Yes.
Oh no, they get voted out of office.
Yeah.
Well, they're still going to make a huge amount of money on all of their deals they've made with people. They don't ever suffer any consequences for being horrifically corrupt.
Ever.
Nope.
It becomes part and parcel of the democratic system because it is considered poor
it is
etiquette.
Part and parcel of it.
Yes, because it's considered poor etiquette to go after one's political opponents. As a result, the corruption becomes embedded and permanent.
Yep.
And I hate that. I would rather have a king who has incentivized to be a good king by expanding his kingdom because the property is his own. Like, he's naturally going to tax. It's, you have to defend the nation somehow. But the fact that it's his property, he's less likely to pillage it.
Oh, Hasselhoppe has sent us who he believes to be the Hawkins mentioned in that case. In 2013, this would align. This is the... if you could bring this up on the screen, I believe this is correct. Thank you, Hasselhoppe, so much for this. I don't know for sure, but I think this is the guy in the case that
this motherfucker's 18.
This is the guy who's 18. Yeah,
Jesus,
he doesn't look like it.
No, he does not.
This all of the data about this guy lines up. He was 18. It's the right year, 2013. This seems to be the guy. Same last name. This seems to be him. And it's in DC. All of this aligns. All of this aligns perfectly. This most likely is him.
Yeah, possession of child pornography. Yeah, yeah.
If it's not, I mean, it would be very unusual. So the guy that Brown Jackson here is, if you want to, bring him up there. Thanks. Is that this is the dude that Brown Jackson gave 3 months to, between a 2 to 10 year sentence for possession and distribution of child pornography, of CP, right? Gee, I wonder why. Yeah, it's real, John Monroe. Imagine my shock. I didn't want to presume, but I'm not shocked that this is the guy that she decides to give a literal nothing sentence to. That's a page Ricada brought up, Riley Robo. Well, yeah, I mean, okay, it's the same district, it's the same last name, it's the same year, it's the same charge. Most likely this is the same guy, I'm guessing. Yeah, it seems to be, as far as I can tell. So Speaking of which, let's get back into this fucking bullshit.
where you were fascinated with visual images involving what were essentially your peers. And
Your
then you went on to
peers.
say the defendant was merely trying to satisfy his curiosity. Curiosity is
Oh, curiosity. What the fuck, dude?
Same idea. You said you were viewing, this is you to the defendant, you were viewing sex acts between children who were not much younger than you. And this whole discussion is about why you're only giving him 3 months. Judge, he was 18. These kids are 8.
Yes, thank
I
you,
don't see in what sense they're
Senator
peers.
Hawley.
I've got a 9-year-old, a 7-year-old, and a 16-month-old at home. And I live in fear that they will be exposed to, let alone exploited in this kind of material. I don't understand you saying to him that they're peers and that therefore you were viewing sex acts between children who are not
How are
much
they
younger than you,
peers?
and
What the
that's
fuck?
That's somehow a reason to only give him 3 months. Help me understand this.
Senator,
Yeah.
I don't have the record of that entire case.
Oh, you don't
in front
remember
of me.
it.
What
In other
I
words.
recall with respect to that case is that unlike the many other child pornography offenders that I had seen as a judge and that I was aware
Hawley's
of in my
clearly
work on the sentencing
fucking
commission,
furious.
this particular defendant had just graduated from high school. And some of
He was 18. It doesn't matter if he graduated from high school. The children were 8. They weren't talking about we weren't talking about 16-year-olds. We weren't talking about 17-year-olds. 8 to 11 or 12.
perhaps not all when you were looking at the records, but some of
God
the
damn it.
materials that he was looking at were older teenagers.
What does it matter? What? Some of the materials he was looking at were older. What about the 8 to 12-year-olds? How about that? That's what concerns us.
That's still fucked up.
Oh my god.
Were older
That part doesn't matter.
victims. And
She
the
still calls them
point,
victims, interestingly.
Senator, is that you said before the probation office is making recommendations and they do so on a case-by-case basis. That is what Congress requires.
Yeah.
That this is not done at the level
His
of
peers are.
one.
That's a good question, by the way. Thank Neon Suspenders. He's a high school senior, and his peers are 3rd graders. Interesting. What are you saying about this guy then, huh?
It is quite slow.
I guess so. What else could you say, lady? What could be your other argument? Intellectually, his peers are 3rd graders.
Well, he is black. So
Whoa, but that has to be the argument she's making, right? That his intellectual peers are 3rd, 4th, 5th graders when he's a high school senior. All right, that has to be your argument. I can't see what other argument how you could possibly justify this.
Question, Judge. You
Creep.
did that, right? I just want to be
Senator, sentencing is a discretionary act of a judge, but it's not a numbers game. It's not. I understand that Congress wanted the guidelines to be mandatory.
Yeah,
The Supreme Court in 2005
Yeah, we did.
determined
Should have
that
been.
they couldn't be, in an opinion by Justice Scalia, determined that they couldn't be, and Congress since then has not come back to amend them or to change them or to make them mandatory.
So you
again.
took advantage
So
of
there is
it.
discretion.
No,
sentencing,
it's not
when you
discretion.
Look at the
It's not discretion. You took advantage of a loophole to get a black guy off who would have been 2 to 10 years for CP of 8-year-olds.
sentencing statutes.
Sickening.
Congress has given the judges not only the discretion to make the decision, but required judges to do so on an individualized basis, taking into account not only the guidelines, but also various factors, including
God, my
the
face
age of the
feels like
defendant,
fucking
the
Holly's.
circumstances of the defendant, the terrible nature of the crime.
this is the most
She's just
animated she's been throughout this entire thing.
Right, because she's making excuses. Because she knows that her actions here as a judge,
Looks fucking bad.
no, they don't just look bad. It's incomprehensibly unjust. It is unjust to the children who were exploited.
Yeah, the children were white too.
Again, he did not just save this shit, he shared it.
The harm to the victim. All of these factors are taken into account, and the probation office assists the court in determining what sentence is sufficient. But not
Correct,
greater than
Renegi,
necessary.
honestly.
And I appreciate, Senator, that you have looked at these from the standpoint of statistics, that you're questioning whether or not I
Oh
take
no,
them
not,
seriously or I have
that's
some,
not tried to be.
reason.
Oh, they're trying to be reasonable and statistical and quantitative about this. That's white people shit. That's not what she said directly, but that's what she fucking means, right? We have to be emotional. We have to feel about it. He was just an 18-year-old. He was just collecting NFTs of CP. God damn it, dude.
To
Curating his
either
collection.
a different way than my peers or a different way than other cases, and I assure you that I do not. If you were to look at the greater body of not only my more than 100 sentences, but also the sentences of other judges in my district and nationwide, you would see a very similar exercise of attempting to do what it is that judges do, attempting to take into account all of the relevant factors and do justice individually in
But you didn't do that.
Let's keep talking about this case. You also said to this.
Oh, she is so pissed. Look how fucking she's nervous and angry. You can tell from her body language. Reaching with the water necessarily, but you can see like she had to like let out her. She had to exhale there. She's angry. She's pissed, and she's cornered.
Tried as an adult, 18 years old. You also said to him, besides saying that you thought his victims were his peers, you also said there's no reason to think that you are a pedophile. And then you went on to say, again, that's another reason why you weren't going to give him, you're only going to give him 3 months because you had judged that he wasn't a pedophile. And then you said, and this is something I really need your help understanding. Then you apologized to him. And I just have to tell you, I can't quite figure this out. You said to him, this is a truly difficult situation. I appreciate that your family's in the audience. I feel so sorry for them and for you.
Oh
and
my
for the
God.
Anguish this has caused all of you. I feel terrible about the collateral consequences of this conviction.
Yes, let's cry.
Sex offenders are truly shunned in our society.
What?
I'm just trying to figure out, Judge, is he the victim here or the victims the victims? You're saying that you're apologizing.
Sorry, I muted myself on accident. It sure sounds from what the fuck she wrote there and said there. She thinks he's the guy who did this is the victim, him and his family. This is everyone in the chat. If you're not aware, this is someone they're trying to seat to the Supreme Court. And I know people in the chat have brought it up, but just to reframe it, remember how when Kavanaugh was being seated, how they brought up his diary where he talked about like making out with girls and stuff as a teenager? This is her as a judge making these decisions from the fucking bench. This is not her as a 14 or 15 or 16-year-old as they did with Kavanaugh. This is her as an adult 35, 40-year-old woman making these decisions, and they are about to fucking seat her on the goddamn Supreme Court, which is a lifelong position. So I'm a little mad.
Okay, sorry. So, apparently, this woman said when she was being questioned by Blackburn, Marsha, she...
We can get that up.
Yeah.
We can pull it up.
Yes, and she was asked, can you define a woman? And she said, no.
She cannot.
Yeah, and she said, no, I'm not a biologist, which is a fucking retarded answer. And
yeah, we'll bring it up. I was going to get into that, but...
media went ape shit with fucking memes.
You're jumping the gun on me, Spoon.
Yeah, but I'm just...
Yeah,
this wasn't good. I'm just looking at the memes. Some of these memes are really fucking good.
It's un-goddamn believable.
Some of these are really good. Is Michelle Obama a man? I don't know. I'm not a biologist.
Right. We'll get into that. Probably. We had some other things for tonight. We're going to talk about Slava Ukraini. But there's no way we're going to be able to get into responding to the Adam and Sitch and Sargon debate at this point. I didn't intend this all to be about this lady, but there's just too much shit. It's so insane. Let's continue, though.
To him, you're saying you're sorry for the anguish this has caused him. There was a
for him. It caused him.
Case. It didn't get read into the record, but it was there. I've described the videos that we have. You say earlier in the case, you talk about how heinous these crimes are.
Yeah, she acted like she was going to cry about them.
Heinous it is to your.
Just to be clear, to reframe this, she acted earlier when he asked her about this that she was going to cry about how upset she was about having to see some of the content that this man had on in his possession, and then has just now defended and saying, "Oh, well, wasn't that bad. He is just a first-time offender. He's just collecting and curating some stuff. He's only 18." Look how she has all the sadness she was expressing before about how upset she was about that material is gone now. How interesting is that? Sorry, Spoon. I'm getting mad about this. I hate this shit.
Credit, and yet you are giving him 3 months.
Oh, you're Roman.
and
You are emotional.
apologizing to him, and saying
True.
you feel sorry for the
Not
anguish
her.
it's
Only
caused
when it's
him,
convenient.
and also saying you think that sex offenders are
Well,
truly
it's not
shunned
funny
in
if you
our
agree with
society.
me.
So just
Of
talk
course
about
I
that.
agree
Help
with
me
you.
understand. I mean, is he a victim? Is that your view here? Is that why you said this? Is that what you meant by it?
Senator, I again don't have
Yeah,
the entire
you do.
record. I remember in that
Oh my
particular
God.
case, I considered it to be unusual, in part
She does consider him a victim. I hate what a weasel, mealy-mouthed, wormy answer.
By the way,
I don't really remember that.
Quobus said that Adam and Citra are unironically imperialists. Yeah, they actually are. They don't actually know that, but that is the fucking truth.
I like Adam and such very much. I consider them to be friends. I think their take on Ukraine is imperialistic, but that's all I'm going to say for now.
It's absurdly stupid as well.
I just think it's imperialistic. I think it's extremely imperialistic.
It's also unrealistic.
Yeah.
for the reasons that I described. I remember in that case that defense counsel was arguing for probation, in part because he argued that here we had a very young man, just graduated from high school. He presented all of his diplomas and certificates,
8-year-olds,
and the things that he had done, and argued, consistent with what I was seeing in the record.
No, if I may, I'll say something a little controversial maybe here. 8-year-old, maybe, or excuse me, 18-year-old, maybe disgusting, horrifying behavior. Shouldn't maybe get this same conviction as a 25-year-old or a 30-year-old for this shit, right? Not the exact same, but not 3 fucking months. What the fuck are you doing? Do you agree or disagree? 18-year-old, he might be really dumb.
He'd be in prison if I was around.
But not 3 months, dude. Not 3 months. Not for 8-year-old. Pictures of 8 to 12-year-olds. Are you kidding me? Again, is it maybe a little different from a 30 or 40-year-old? Yeah.
No.
I would say maybe because the brain's not fully finished developing until you're 25. But that's the only argument you could make. It's disgusting either way. And chat seems to say hardcore now. I'm just offering the alternative hypothesis there, guys. It's real fucked.
That this particular defendant had gotten into this in a way that was, I thought, inconsistent with some of the other cases that I had seen. Part of what a judge is doing, as required by Congress, is thinking about this case, thinking about unwarranted sentencing disparities, that's in the statute, other cases, other determinations that a judge may have made about this. I don't remember in detail this particular case, but I do recall it being unusual. And so my only point to you is that judges...
Is it unusual because it's just kind of unusual for someone at 18 to present as being a pedophile? Maybe, but it doesn't mean that there can't be an 18-year-old pedophile. That's what I think the thing is. And I think it is weird for us to think about it that way, but someone can be 18 and have all kinds of paraphilias, right? We don't think that that's weird for any other paraphilia, but for some reason, I guess it is, myself included, being like, is it pedophilia? I don't think that at 18, you're looking at an 8-year-old and getting turned on, unless you've got a serious fucking issue, right? I don't think that's on accident, right? Do you agree, Spoon?
Yep.
I don't think that's on accident. I don't think that's a mistake. I think that's intentional. 8. And that's shit, again, that's not shit you just come across on accident over on the internet, right? That's...
Ooh,
you have to look that shit up. I am sure. Not because whoa, don't take that.
No,
there's no way you stumble across highly illegal shit while just browsing Pornhub, right?
No, I agree with that. I just saw a very good article headline. I kind of want to go into this.
Just don't yawn. It's socially contagious.
Yeah, but the chat's not going to fall asleep.
Yes, but it is socially contagious.
Not unless I start reading. It's science. Trump supporters are dumb. Who wrote that? Oh, yes, Salon.
Oh, I've read that article before. It's like
it-
2 years old, isn't it?
No, this was published.
It's new?
Yes.
They published a new one? All they can do is say the same shit over and over again.
The guy's name is Chauncey De Vega, by the way. So
Publications like Salon are for real. Omelette du fromage, that's all you can say. That's all you can say.
I do like how retarded they are.
I mean, they are retarded, but let's we can get in that. Do you want to finish up this and then the last talk with the last discussion with
There is something that I do want to talk about. Is that
Marsha Blackburn?
Yeah, but there is something that I do want to talk about if we can get the chance, or if you go to sleep, I might stay up and just talk to the chat about.
I'll be up. I'm up. I mean,
yeah.
Look, I'll just wake up. I did to wake up early, but
yeah. But the one thing that I want to talk about is, why did the New York Times admit Joe Biden is corrupt so Democrats can get rid of him, or did they? Yeah,
it's an interesting question. Why did the New York Times admit that? Oh, see, he is. Take care. Why did the New York Times admit that Joe Biden, or at least Hunter Biden, was involved in the whole Burisma scandal?
I think it's to get rid of him. They don't bring shit up like this unless.
Yeah, they have to know that he's.
Or they just because nothing will happen. It's just a boast.
You know what?
Fuck you. We can do what the hell we want.
You know what? I think that's it, Spoon. Actually, I was gonna say maybe they just want to get rid of him because I don't think he's not a two-term president. By the way, they know they can't run this motherfucker twice. He's insane and he's weird and he's senile as fuck. They can't run him twice. So either way, they don't really care. But also, they might. Yeah, that might be it.
Yeah, that was. By the way, I saw a really funny poll that was done by Emerson. And ever since the problem with petrol prices, because I refuse to say the other word beginning with a G, Trump's approval went up by 20 fucking points.
Yeah, not sure about that.
Which is insane.
Yeah, he's not even one term really. Yeah, I'd be shocked if Biden really makes. I mean, he's not making it now. He's literally being. It's weakened at Biden's the whole time.
Yes. And if the Republicans were not a bunch of limp-wristed, limp-dick bunch of.
They can all suck my dick, honestly.
Yeah, they could actually 25th the guy. Actually,
but they won't because they have no fucking chutzpah.
Yeah, they have no cojones.
Absolutely sickening, man.
By the way, do you not think it is insane how the Republicans just capitulated without Trump? They went right back to.
That's why Trump was the only person worth a fucking damn in the Republican Party.
Yes, Trump is the only reason they have any balls.
Yeah, it's sickening.
Which should tell you that America does not need a president; it needs a king, because its presidential apparatus is shit, and Congress is gay.
Mm-hmm. True
to the monarchy.
God save the Queen.
Assessing in each case a number of factors that are set forward by Congress.
All against the
I'm not going to help the fact that everyone thinks I'm Jewish by saying chutzpah, am I? I just realized that.
But the guidelines are no longer mandatory. Congress
Aiden
has not
confirmed.
corrected, as you would say, the Supreme Court's determination about that. Justice Scalia's decision that the guidelines are not mandatory. Congress has not said that.
Just because they're not mandatory, I mean, you should always not abide by the regulations and by the suggestions. And you never have, not once. Dingus.
Judges.
I really dislike this lady.
This, in my view, was an unusual
I do as well, but probably not for the reasons you do.
That the defendant was pointing out.
Oh, I think she's a fucking horrible liar. She's a liar. She is horrible, and she's also a terrible at lying.
To 3 months in federal prison under circumstances.
Oh no.
That were presented in this case because I wanted him to understand that what he had done was harmful. That what he had done.
Do you understand her argument here, Spoon?
A little bit, but can I say something?
Yeah, I just want
to. I want to say something that is a bit screwed
up. Go ahead.
up.
You go ahead.
And this is quite gamery, but and I'm not. I'm not saying this is the case, but episodes like this make the case. That's the fucked up thing about it. Is this kind of appointment and bullshittery is what makes white supremacy look viable.
Oh,
That-
dude,
that-
it's fucking hard disavow. What the fuck are you
No,
talking
no,
about?
no, 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 no. I'm not saying.
What the fuck are you
No,
saying?
no. And as far as viability goes, I mean, it makes it look like they
Oh,
have
you
a
mean how
point.
people get that idea?
Yes,
Okay.
that's what I mean.
Okay.
I don't mean in
Okay.
the sense that it is true. I mean in the case that
I got you.
it makes it look like those
And I
people have
agree with
a
you.
point.
I agree with you on that. Like, yeah, this kind of shit creates actual white supremacists.
Yes.
By the way, like that.
But it's disguised under leftism because like I've said this before that if you look at the people who they constantly push everyone that isn't white into a position of power where they are hopelessly unqualified, and
Yeah.
it makes it look like white people are significantly more competent. That is a byproduct of this shitty ideology.
I think that's correct. I think you are right. I think that this kind of bullshit legitimately creates white supremacists and
Yes.
ethno-nationalists and stuff. And that's scary to me. People who are legitimately fucking racist. And this, by the way, this lady's probably racist. Okay, I just think she probably is, based on her history.
Yes.
And I think, by the way, I think that most of Black Lives Matter, in terms of its organization, is heavily racist. Okay, I think there's racists on both sides of the political spectrum, right?
I like the way somebody said that that's the dumbest thing that I've said, or the damnedest thing. Okay, sorry.
The darndest thing, yeah.
Because like this is the one thing that I hate, because I looked at this, I'm thinking like, this is how you make white people think that they're better. It's because when you prop up everyone that isn't white, it seems to be incompetent morons.
I don't know if it makes it white people think they're better. I think it makes white people feel like they're under attack. It might make them think they're better too, but it makes them definitely feel like they're under attack when you see shit like this. When this black lady is supporting black criminals in committing sex crimes against children. There's no other way to describe what she's done.
Yeah, that's true.
And she's now about to she's in place to be fucking SCOTUS.
And it's optically yes, in reality no. That is correct, but the optics is what matters. Optics whether may
God, I have
matter.
a point, but I've lost it because that kind of threw me.
Yeah, and optics do matter way more than facts. That's the fucking problem with politics.
Yeah, that is true. Optics matters more than facts
Yeah.
every time. Every fucking time they matter more than facts.
Done was unlawful. That what he had done violated
Oh.
the law, and
This is what I remember. I was gonna say now. She is defending here her ruling for the 3 months, and she's like, "Well, it was horrible. He had to spend 3 months in a federal prison.
So he's lucky to
He was supposed to spend 2 to 10 years,
Yes.
but he had to spend a whole 3 months. Oh, it's so terrible. It's the same shit they did with Jussie Smollett. Oh my God, Jussie had to spend 7 days in a jail. Oh, he had to
Good.
survive. They are pretty open at this point on the left that if you are black and you commit a crime, it is racist for you to serve any time. I mean, at least if you're a high profile, and this person that she's talking about is not high profile though, so whatever. If you're black, you just shouldn't. I guess they see it as restitution because they think that the criminal justice system has been so racist for so long that now we need to fix it by making so that black people don't have to serve criminal sentences.
The message that they're trying to say is if you're black, you're too stupid to suffer the consequences of your incompetence.
I guess so. Yeah, and by the way, thanks for bringing that up, killing us slowly. There are still people after over a year now who are arrested. There were people involved in the Capitol protest or riot, whatever you want to call it, who still not even have been fully served, as far as I recall.
Yep.
So they're
Like
just
political
sitting
prisoners.
around in prison waiting to get their sentence. Not even their sentence, being waiting to be charged.
Yep.
They're just sitting around waiting to be charged. So that's great. But meanwhile, we have to get off this guy who had hundreds of images of child pornography because he was 18. Stream's already fucking demonetized. I'm going to say it. He had child pornography of 8-year-olds, and she's here defending him. Just saying.
and needy punished not only by prison but also
Oh,
all
by
of the other
whole
things
3
that
months.
the
Oh,
law requires of a judge who is sentencing in this area.
But Judge, with all due respect, and I'm telling you what, I'll be direct with you. I am questioning your discretion and your judgment. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm not questioning you as a person. I'm not questioning your excellence as a judge, frankly. But you said it. You had discretion, and that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm questioning how you used your discretion in these cases. And to me, to take a guy who's 18 years old, who has what the government says is an extremely large collection of prepubescent pornography, 8-year-olds, 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds. We're talking about. I mean,
Look, she's trying not to look at him
of time here that he
because
has.
she can't recognize that. Yeah,
And
prepubescent
you
child
say to him
CP.
what? That you say
She
that,
knows
well,
what it is.
You know, it was just a collection. I mean, he
Oh,
was just
adjust
viewing
your
it,
glasses, lady.
And it was, you know, essentially they were his peers.
How badly do you think she wants to go ghetto right now?
Look at her face where you paused, by the way. Perfect pause frame. She looks like she just wants to fucking kill him.
You're making me say things I can't say on stream.
You say to him that he's not a pedophile. I don't know how you know that. I don't know why that's relevant to the guidelines. But
Yeah, why
maybe
would
it
you
is.
know
You say
that?
he's not a
How could you know
pedophile.
that?
Yes, he is.
That's metaphysically absurd.
You say
It is
that
actually
you're very sorry
metaphysically
for him
absurd.
and what
You
he
can't
suffered, and
know.
then you give him 3 months when, frankly, a liberal prosecutor is asking for 2 full years. I mean, it does seem like an extraordinary case to me. It would bother me.
To be clear, again, the liberal prosecution was asking for 2 years. A normal sentence would have been 10.
Which makes her insane.
She gave 3 months. Just putting that into context for y'all.
No matter what, it really bothers me when in every case, child porn case you've had discretion, you've sentenced below the guidelines and below the government's recommendation. And saying that sex offenders are truly shunned in our society, as you said to him,
As they should be.
It reminds me, it echoes what you said as early as law school on that Harvard Law Review article Senator Blumenthal was just talking about. There you say, and I'm quoting you now, in the current climate of fear, hatred, and revenge associated with the release of convicted sex criminals, courts must be especially attentive to legislative enactments regarding these sex criminals. I guess like this, the enactment here, the Protect Act that Congress enacted. So I want to try to understand here, is it your view that society is too hard on sex offenders? You say they truly are shunned in society.
Seems to be her opinion.
Many of these laws are products
It's
of a climate
based on her
of fear, hatred,
acts
and
as a
revenge.
judge.
So just is that still your view? I mean, do you think that these laws are too tough, that we're too tough on sex offenders? Explain what you meant in this case in 2013 and
Oh my god, look at her face.
Her face, like, oof.
same thing you said many years ago.
Senator, it's not the same thing I said many years ago.
Yes, it
years
is.
ago,
He just quoted you. Okay.
What
in
you
law
said in law school is completely reflected in your behavior and your
And your
decisions
sentencing.
made as a judge. You have been 100% on every single case lenient. What state's this lady from, player 5.56? The District of Columbia.
By the way, because of what someone said in the chat, I think I want to make a video. It's just called Spoon Says the Darndest Things. And it's just going to be like a video of me giving a load of really non-PC statements.
Oh, well, that would be fun. I'd like you to do that.
student, I was evaluating a new set of legislation, state laws.
It's never her
about
fault. See, I was
registration,
just,
and
I was just in
analyzing.
law school. I'm just evaluating a new set of legislation. She's going
that's-
back to her law school stuff. We're not talking about your law school shit anymore. We're talking about your actual decisions made as a
that is
sitting judge.
That's a classical liberal position to hold. It's just like, it's
Right.
never my fault. It's always
Right,
somebody
no.
else's.
Oh, she was just. But again,
I'm
he's
a
not
product of the
asking you about
system,
your
even
law
though I
school
can
decision anymore.
fucking making it. It's just
That's the thing. But Spoon, he's not asking her about her law school decisions anymore. He's asking about your law school decision versus your actual actions made as a sitting judge. And you're just going back and be like, well, I was just a teenager. I didn't know any better. Or I was just 25 or whatever. No, he's saying it aligns that your statements that you made, that your arguments that you made in law school align with how you behaved as a judge. Explain them. And she's like, oh, I was just a kid. Fuck you. Whoa, no, excuse me. You'd like that too much, I guess, if you were a kid.
someone
Analyzing
said I'm
them
Archie
as law
Bunker.
students do. It wasn't about the sex.
You are
crime,
very
it was
Archie
about
Bunker-esque.
the characterization of the law. Is it a punitive law? Is it a prescriptive law? And how would a court go about determining that? That was the frame that I used then. It could have been about anything. It was about the characterization of legislation.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I've only got
Yeah,
3
Furious Dan. This woman does not represent liberals. I don't know what she
you.
represents,
This
but
is, I'm quoting
it's
from your
some
conclusion
wucky
now.
shit.
This is on page 1728 of the Harvard Law Review. This is your conclusion.
What does she represent? What is she representing?
Furious Dan said, "Don't describe this woman as representing liberals," and I would admit she does not. She is not a classical liberal at all. She is a progressive, as Furious Dan is clear about, and I agree with.
She represents pedophiles, clearly.
And she clearly represents a certain demographic. Yeah.
Of
Bad
fear,
people.
hatred, and revenge associated with the release of convicted sex criminals, courts need to be especially attentive to legislative enactments. So that's a conclusory statement. You're saying that there is a climate of fear, hatred, and revenge that are informing these laws. And you described some of the laws earlier. I think Megan's Law and others. Senator Cruz asked you about some of those. I'm trying to understand what you meant by that, because you're saying something similar in the Hawkins case. You're saying that society truly shuns our sex offenders.
Senator, with all due respect,
she is a prog, guys. We'll get into her opinions on
People
CRT.
can read it, and they can see that I was evaluating these laws not to determine their constitutionality, not to say that they shouldn't be enacted, but to talk about the ways in which courts make determinations about the character.
You
of
wrote
the law
about them
and all of the
in your
consequences that
discussion
follow
about the
from them.
constitutionality.
In law school, I had not had any experience in terms of the criminal justice system, and I was doing what law students do, which is seeking to analyze in a creative way new legislation.
I will defend her, not defend her, but I'll back that up. Is that when you're in school, you are a lot of times doing theoretical work. The problem is not the theoretical work. The problem is that's why she keeps going back, Spoon, to the theoretical work. She keeps going back to the theoretical work that she did in law school for a reason, because she doesn't want to talk about her actual legal decisions. Because what really matters is not her. What really matters is not her theoretical law school work. What matters is the decisions she made as a judge that align with the theoretical work that she did as a law student. She keeps saying it's theoretical. It was just me making an argument, but she's not just making the argument. She's enacted it legally in the United States justice system. That's the problem.
With respect to Mr. Hawkins, I was doing what judges do, which is look at the statute.
She clearly knows that's damning of her.
3553A. Exercise
Here's the Hawkins decision is
Congress
damning.
Has required us to do, take into account all of the various aspects of a particular case and make a determination consistent with my authority, my judgment, and understanding fully the egregious nature of the crime. As you said, even the prosecutors in these cases are not recommending guideline sentences. The probation office, which is an independent
and that matters why.
Looking at these cases and the facts
they're
related
also
to them,
corrupt.
Are not recommending guideline sentences. This is a particular area
3 months
where the commission has seen an enormous
8-year-olds.
amount of disparity and has in fact asked Congress to come back.
They were not his
and
peers,
address
lady.
To help judges who are looking at these cases to be able to rely on the guidelines.
Which Congress has declined to do.
Yup.
Senator, in that case, we have the statute that Congress has enacted concerning penalties, and we have judges who are doing their level best to make sure that people are held accountable as they need to be in our society in a fair and just way.
It's not by your standard.
Mr. Chairman, my time's expired. Thank you, Judge. I have no further questions at this time.
Just checking with my staff. So
I think she got
original
completely
statute was
BTFO'd. What
passed
do you
in
think, Spoon?
2003, the Scalia decision, 2005.
Yeah, pretty much.
The Booker decision.
So the original statute that I'm talking about, I'm just thinking.
Oh, wait, I
it was-
think
felt
fucking
it was in the
rector.
80s.
We think it there may
In
have been
2003, I'm
2003.
all right,
And the
and then
decision by
Justice Scalia, the Booker decision, made the guidelines advisory, so that even though judges have to calculate them,
Look, even
they're no
Durbin,
longer binding.
like, he's
And what it meant
flabbergasted.
In the statute is that the guidelines became one factor among many that judges consider at sentencing.
I'm not going to opine on Justice Scalia and his
Even Durbin's
conduct,
flabbergasted
decision
by her
as it
decisions.
relates to the overall topic. I hope we all agree that we want to do everything in our power, reasonably within our power, to lessen the incidence of pornography and exploitation of children. You have made that clear. That is your position too. But I just want to tell you, Congress doesn't have clean hands in this conversation. We haven't touched this now for 15, 16, or 17 years. And You aren't the only one who faced this kind of a challenge with the cases before you. I said this morning,
Why?
I was repeating, in United States versus Klotz, Trump appointed Judge Sarah Pitlick, Senator Hawley's choice for the Eastern District of Missouri, sentenced an individual convicted of possession of child pornography to only 60 months, well below the 135 to 168-month sentence recommended by the guidelines.
Mr. Chairman, you've mentioned
Let
this
me
now.
finish. I'll finish and then I'll...
Okay, so Durbin, if you're not aware, is not a fan of Trump, right? Obviously. He's saying that there was one justice who gave someone who had a CP conviction a 60-month sentence. That was one. Her entire legal history, every single one she has dealt with, she has given the minimum standard or far lower than the recommendation. Durbin's gonna, because you can even, that's why I said, when I said even Durbin looks disturbed, he's got to still bring up, because he's got to play politic, right? So he's got to play politic. He's still got to be like the orange man bad here a little bit for his appointee. And I don't like that either. But he's going to bring up one specific example comparatively to her entire legal history.
Of course I'll recognize. Senator Hawley, you've said some very powerful things in support of this judge, but clearly she faced a situation where she decided she would not follow the guidelines and took a sentence of less than half of what they recommended. We have created a situation because of our inattention and unwillingness to tackle an extremely controversial area in Congress.
It's not
and
controversial.
left it to the judges. And I think we have to accept some responsibility for that, Senator.
I just wanted to say, Chairman Durbin, since you mentioned Judge Pitlick in the Klotz case, she followed the prosecutor's recommendation in that case.
There you go.
As I've said over and over, part of my concern with Judge Jackson is that she has not followed the prosecutor's sentences.
Thank
She didn't
you.
in the Hawkins case we were just talking about, or the guidelines. And I'm happy we can have a policy debate.
So in that one case that was brought up as a representative of a Trump judge giving a more lenient kind of guideline, it was what was recommended by the prosecutor. Whereas this lady, Kentaji Brown Jackson, has not ever, in the 10 cases she's presided over as a judge, has not once listened to the prosecution's recommendation.
About whether or not the guidelines are too lenient. I would argue in this era of exploding child pornography, they're not too lenient at all.
I don't know if it's
You were right
exploding,
the first
but-
time when you voted in 2003 to make them tougher.
I will just say that I don't know if you sponsored a bill to change this. I'll be looking for it. But I will tell you that there isn't a long line of people waiting to co-sponsor this controversial issue. If we're going to tackle it, we should, but we should concede it.
That's horrifying. There isn't a long list of people waiting to co-sponsor it. She does have a thing on CP. Excuse me, on CRT. She has a lot of things on CP. But I thought we would do the last one. Again, I have a tiny bladder, so I'm going to go use the restroom again. Go ahead and start this, and I'll be right back.
I want to
This is
go
with Marsha
to
Blackburn.
you on something you said when you were in private practice. You made your views on pro-life and the pro-life movement very clear. And in fact, you attacked pro-life women. And this was in a brief that you wrote. You described them, and I'm quoting, hostile, noisy crowd of in-your-face protesters, end quote. And you advocated against these women's First Amendment right to express their sincerely held views regarding the sanctity of each individual life. And I'm a pro-life woman. 79% of the American women support restrictions of some type on abortion. And so I find it incredibly concerning that someone who is nominated to a position with life tenure on the Supreme Court
Okey-doke.
holds such a hostile view toward a view that is held as a mainstream belief that every life is worth protecting. So how do you justify that incendiary rhetoric against pro-life women?
Thank you, Senator. The brief that you're referring to was a brief that I filed on behalf of clients who were clients of my law firm. This is in, I believe, 1999 or 2000, maybe 2000 or 2001.
Yeah.
I was an associate at a law firm, and I had appellate experience because I had just finished my Supreme Court law clerk position. And in the context of my law firm, I was asked to work on a brief concerning a buffer zone issue. In Massachusetts at the time, there were laws protecting women who wanted to enter clinics, and there was a First Amendment question about the degree to which there
Oh, real quick, Spoon, did I miss the part where she couldn't define woman yet, or have we not gotten there? Okay.
had to be room around them to enter the clinic.
Right.
And
I understand all of that. I'm asking about the rhetoric.
Senator, I drafted a brief along with the partners in my law firm who reviewed it, and we filed it on behalf of our client.
Okay.
We're listening to this.
In-
She gets
in-
into this
To
shit, I think, in a
advance our
minute.
client's arguments.
The problem that
they wanted to
most
make
people
in the
have with
case.
this clip.
Let me ask you this. When you go to church and knowing there are
She
pro-life
does not
women
go to
there,
church.
do you look at them, thinking of them in that way, that they're noisy?
Does Marsha Blackburn make
hostile
great cookies? I
in your
guarantee she
face?
does.
Do you think of them? Do you think of pro-life women like me that way?
Senator, that was a statement and a brief made.
Okay.
Oh, I
an
didn't really mean
argument
it.
for my client. It's not the way that
Oh, I didn't mean
think
it.
of or
Same shit.
characterize
Same
people.
All
fucking
right.
shit.
Thank you for the clarification on that, because I think even zealous advocacy doesn't allow that type of rhetoric on a free speech issue. You know, Roe v. Wade, let's talk a little bit about that. It's come up touch today. In my opinion, that was an awful act of judicial activism and has
I
cost
agree.
the lives of over 63 million unborn children.
Yep.
And nearly 50 years later, this shameful ruling remains binding precedent, but the battle is being
Even though it's
fought
completely
in the courts. And
legally
as
fraudulent.
You know, and as we discussed when we visited, the Supreme Court is reconsidering whether the Constitution protects the right to an abortion in Dobbs. And if you're
Do I have the wrong
confirmed,
clip?
you will be in a position to apply the court's decision in Dobbs, whatever that decision is going to be. And you've talked
This is
about
it.
following precedent and what the court decides. So do you
I got one more
commit
thing, then. It's only a minute
to
long.
respecting the court's decision if it rules that Roe was wrongly decided and that the issue of abortion should be sent back to the states?
Senator, whatever the Supreme Court decides in Dobbs will be the precedent of the Supreme Court. It will be worthy
She's
of
making clear.
respect in the sense that it is the precedent.
She doesn't want to go back to
and,
the States.
I commit to treating it as I would any other precedent of the
There's
Supreme
one
Sure
other
you would.
thing. One of the central issues in the Dobbs case is about whether the Constitution protects the right to
This was the wrong clip,
abortion.
sorry,
So
but this is still
let's talk
important.
about that. Can you explain to me on a constitutional basis the court's decision in Roe, and where is abortion protected in the Constitution?
It's not.
Senator,
It is not.
abortion
go ahead. Think about it.
is a right that the Supreme Court has recognized.
No, she didn't ask about the Supreme Court. She said, where is it in the Constitution?
In the
Think about
it's
it. You can't.
one of the kinds
you're
of
wrong.
rights that is an unenumerated. It is in that
Sure,
same
unenumerated, not in the
category of
Constitution,
rights
though.
That the Supreme Court has recognized.
But the text of the Constitution does not mention abortion.
It does not.
That is true.
That is true. That is correct. So you agree that
Thank
the
you, lady.
Constitution does not mention the right to an abortion, and yet, through one of the most brazen acts of judicial activism, our Supreme Court created the right through Roe v. Wade. This is why Americans, this is why so many women that I've talked to are really concerned about who sits on the federal bench.
Yeah, that's true. I Spoon, you and I disagree on abortion rights. Is this the actual clip? This is actually the clip I wanted to find.
Woman.
I'm anti-abortion. I think that it's fine for it to exist legally because there are exceptions, but I am anti-abortion. I think this is the actual clip though, where
How
this.
do we disagree then?
I don't know. I guess we don't then.
Okay.
We had a big it was like our first stream together on this channel, I think.
Okay, I'm pro-choice.
Oh, no, my
but
second channel.
I'm pro-choice, but I'm begrudgingly pro-choice.
Same. Actually, then we agree.
Yeah, because like, for me,
that's all most things.
For me, the abortion argument is really weird because it seems to me now that it's pro-life and pro-abortion. Pro-choice is like
that's the difference.
It's like this. Pro-choice is sitting on the swings with its face in its hands, going like, "No one's playing with me anymore."
Well, yeah, that's the thing is that like you and I think both understand that there are reasons, there are logical reasons for abortion, there are rational reasons for abortion. Yes. But what the left argues for is pro-abortion. It's not celebrating it. We're saying like, hang on, there's reasons why this might be necessary.
Yes, because you will drive it on the ground.
I think
which will make it worse.
Ethically pro-life, you know. I always want to preserve life, but I understand that there are reasons that there are mitigating factors because that's just a reasonable way to think about things. The problem is that like the way that the left handles it now is it's as you just said, it's pro-abortion. It's shout your abortion. It's great. This is I think the scene. If I think this is the right clip, USA Today. I hope they don't just fucking interrupt it with their own fucking commentary. But this is I believe it.
Can I provide a definition? No.
Yeah.
For woman.
I can't.
So someone in the chat just said, obviously Spoon said something about it being for people who enjoy watermelon but don't know what he's got against watermelon.
Just to reiterate, I just want to replay that clip though. Can you define woman?
Can you provide a definition for the word woman?
Can I provide a definition? No.
Yeah.
No.
I can't.
You can't?
What the fuck?
Sven,
what's a woman?
What is a woman?
Yeah.
A human born with the genitals that facilitate the birthing process.
Chromosomes. How about that? XX chromosomes.
Yeah, but I like the ability to birth is what makes you a woman.
There's all kinds of shit that can prevent that. I'm saying XX chromosomes.
But that's what I said. Born with the genitals that facilitate it. They don't need to be functional. They just need to exist. That is my definition.
I gotcha.
Because I'm right and everyone else is wrong.
No,
and
I gotcha.
It also encompasses menopause.
Yeah, I gotcha. Oh, our turrets. I'm actually not. I have big issues with the death penalty because I worry about false convictions.
Oh, I'm pro death penalty, like brutally.
Ultimately, I am pro death penalty, unfortunately, but I get very concerned about.
Jesus Christ! When it comes to my country, I'd fucking napalm them. Dude, have you seen the overcrowding in my country as far as prisons go?
I know.
Like, Jesus
I know.
Fucking Christ.
I know. XX chromosomes equals female. Woman is adult human female. John Monroe. Precisely. That's it. What about intersex? For the 1% of human beings that are intersex, they need to be dealt with differently. We are not talking about it's less than that. The 0.5% of human beings that are intersex, they shouldn't really be, like, they should be considered in law, but they don't really, and this is going to sound bad, they don't matter when we're making massive, large laws. Those people have to be dealt with individually because they're individuals and they fall outside of the normative kind of spectrum. You know, Yes was in here earlier, and Yes isn't, you know, a like completely normative person in terms of sex, right? What we don't doesn't make that person less than human or anything, or less of a consideration. 1% is not high. 1% is very, very small. It's an extremely small portion of the population. It's less than 1%. Okay? So, if you want to make massive level decisions for all of society based on less than 1% of the population, you're probably going to make mistakes, is what I'm going to say. Anyway, let's continue.
Not in this context.
So
I'm not a biologist.
I'm not a biologist. I don't know what a woman is. I'm not a
I
biologist.
don't need to be a biologist to know what a woman
I don't need
is.
to be a
I just-
biologist either.
Yeah. I just need to not be a retard.
XY or XX. That's pretty
I'm proud
much.
to be the home of a Y chromosome.
But I mean, like, again, yeah, there's a like 0.5% of the populace that less than 1% of people that are intersex. Yes, and we shouldn't discount their
honest.
humanity and discount their rights within society.
If you
But we're talking about such a very small percentage of people.
If you can't identify what a woman is, you should not be on the Supreme Court.
Riley Robo, that's the entire human population, not the population of the US. So, just saying, we're talking about a very, very small portion of the population. And again, we should not dehumanize them. We should not, in any way, not give them sympathy or empathy. But we also shouldn't make sweeping 7 dead people says it's 0.05. It's a very small portion of people. But just because it's a small portion of people doesn't mean we shouldn't give them sympathy and empathy and care for them. But it also doesn't mean we should make sweeping legislation that applies to the 99.95% of women who are biological women, who are not intersex, right? That affects all of them for the sake of the 0.05% or the 0.5%, whichever one is correct, of people that are intersex. We should absolutely treat them as human beings. But we can't change the rest of society to basically appeal to or fix this very, very small percentage of people. Unfortunately, weirdos, I'm a weirdo, right? I've got autism. I don't expect all of society to accommodate me. And I should never expect all of society to accommodate me being autistic, right? That's how I feel. Maybe other people disagree, but I think that's correct. I don't feel like all society should change to accommodate me being autistic. I have to try and work into society as an autistic person. Now, it's nice when society is polite towards me and is helpful, but it doesn't mean that I want them that all of society has to bend over backwards and be subservient to me for being an autist, right? That's silly.
Attitude.
It is arrogant and it's silly, and it's unreasonable. Let's be honest. It's unreasonable. Or how about this? Okay, so this is in the gender debate. In the gender debate specifically, right? So I have a very serious disease in terms of reproductive stuff called endometriosis. I have stage 5 endometriosis. I've talked about this. I don't mind talking about it. I probably can't have children because of this disease that I have. It would be like me saying all women should have to go through what it's like to experience endometriosis, because I, as a woman, have to go through endometriosis, and it's a normal female thing. Because, by the way, something like 5% of women have some form of endometriosis. Very, very few have it to the degree that I have it, but 5% of women have it. So, I should be, given all kinds of special treatment for that. No, that's ridiculous. It's absurdist. You want
random.
You go towards the median in society, okay? Not towards the extreme ends. It doesn't offend me that I don't get all kinds of special treatment for having endometriosis or whatever. Like, that would be insane, first of all. But like, it's the same shit, you know? I don't, and by the way, I don't think that most, maybe some, but I don't think that a lot of trans people actually like that. Of acting like we have to treat you very special, you know? It's fucked, in my opinion. Just my opinion.
The word woman is so unclear and controversial that you can't give me a definition.
Senator, in my work as a judge, what I do is I address if there's a dispute about a definition, people make arguments, and I look.
She
at the
can't
law
define what
and I
woman is, though.
decide. So I'm not.
The fact that you can't give me a straight answer
Yeah, it's fucked,
about
dude.
something as fundamental as what a woman is underscores the dangers of the kind of progressive education that we are hearing about.
That was it. It was a short clip.
Hey.
Ew. Yeah, it should. She if she can't even define what a woman is, because then you're gonna have to. By the way, ladies, feminists out there, if she can't define what a woman is when it comes to issues of rape, when it comes to issues of abortion, how is she going to be able to side in your favor if she doesn't know what a woman is? Right? If she's saying openly, I don't know what a woman is, and all the feminists out there should start to get a little bit upset. This woman says that this lady says she doesn't know what the fuck a woman is. So it would be interesting. And now, of course, we know that how she actually feels is she's very pro-abortion, obviously, as we saw. She's very pro-trans. But she's not going to be in favor of you having the rights to compete in sports as a biological woman against a trans woman, because a trans woman's a woman. But according to this lady, I don't think so. And if you discriminate against a trans woman, well, then you're discriminating against a woman, aren't you? It doesn't matter how you're discriminating. Interesting stuff. By the way, that's why feminists are freaking out about this stuff all of a sudden. I do want to say, in terms of the abortion stuff, we do have an article here. Oklahoma has made some decisions. I do it because I'm trying to be like, I'm not biased. Yeah, it is, but that's the point. Yeah, just so to say what happened. I mean, it's biased. How do you even pronounce this lady's name? Veronica Squaloruzzi. How the fuck do you pronounce this lady's name? Squaloruzzi. Weird. Spoon, you muted yourself again. Why do you keep doing this?
No, I wasn't saying something to the chat.
Oh, he wasn't saying anything. Okay, that's
yeah,
why
just
chat,
you. That's why.
Well, everyone thought you were muted.
Yeah. No, don't worry, I'm aware. I can see it on the side here.
Oh, god damn it! Did you see that? Did you see that live?
No, I didn't. Don't worry.
Okay, he did say it. He said the F slur. So I don't want to get into the Ukraine stuff. There's no way we can get into it tonight. It's already midnight here, and I got to get up real early. So
someone just said like Spoon is muted, so I'm just assuming he's spewing straight gamer words.
Yeah, he's just spewing gamer words.
For the most part, yeah, actually.
He mutes himself just to say horrible things to me. Yeah, there one was. Spoon is just playing Tetris. Our turrets, often he is.
Yeah, actually that is true. But not if I'm running the stream. Then I can't.
Yeah. So the Oklahoma State House passes.
People want me to stream me doing that.
You should. You're really autistically good at it.
Oh God.
Aiden, 7 Dead People says, Aiden, do you think abortion is morally wrong, but there are justifiable reasons to abort, not have a child? Correct. Yes, that's really what I believe, 7 Dead People. I think abortion is morally wrong. However, there are exceptions to why I don't think, obviously when the mother's life is in peril, I would say even in the case of rape, now even though the fetus has done nothing to do that, I would say in that case, we do have that what's it called? The early pre-abortion where you don't actually abort anything. It's the Plan B. But even in such cases, it can be very difficult for a rape victim to necessarily seek out help.
What the hell is wrong with the chat? It's making me want to say weird things. Whisper
Whatever.
your horrid nothings to me, Daddy Spoon. No.
So that's my opinion on it, is that I think abortion is morally wrong, but there are many reasons why it happens. and that's why I don't want it to be. I don't want it to be illegal because that would.
Yeah, this is before the stream.
That would be bad.
Before the stream, I just got done recording a piece that I wanted to do that in a video where I say like this is why I am torn between two sides, because on the one side I'm the anarchic libertarian side of me, and then there's the other side that is veering rapidly towards the absolute monarch, because I find myself switching between.
But you're not a Christian, are you?
I suppose for the most part I probably am, actually.
Yeah.
Because I can see the value in religion, put it that way. But
I think religion is necessary, honestly. But.
Yes, but I find myself switching between what I find socially acceptable personally versus things that I think are necessary for principled morality and social order, because the anarchic libertarian side of me says live and let live, let people do what they want.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but the monarchical side says no, that is unrealistic, because you will have idiots who will clash over shit and tug at the seams of social norms to upend it under this delusion of some unholy, demented grand vision. And there's a saying, the difference between medicine and poison is in the dose. That is the problem with unfettered liberalism, is it is fast becoming way past poison. And you evidently need some bulwark that protects the masses from their own fucking stupidity.
Wait a minute, Spoon, people think you said that you're bisexual. I think you might want to...
I didn't say I'm bisexual. What the hell is wrong with you people?
I think maybe people misunderstood you, because the whole chat now thinks you said you're bi.
No, I'm not bisexual. What the hell is wrong with people? No, I'm not bisexual, you idiots. God's sakes.
Oh, everyone thinks you're a spork now.
No, sporks are trans. Sporks are because they're not one or the other. They're in the middle ground. Don't forget the parasites. Oh, for God's sakes. But this is why I favor the monarch, is because you need some bulwark that protects the masses from their own stupidity. And unfortunately, the solution is not the free market.
Yeah, probably true.
And I don't know what to make of that. Yeah, I would be super straight, actually.
It's just funny. I'm laughing at the chat.
Fuck you.
Let's go through this real quick. The Oklahoma State House passes near total ban on abortion to be enforced through civil action. I brought up the CNN article, by the way, because it's CNN, and they will have an opinion. And one of the things I try to do here, guys, is that I try to bring up opposition articles and not things that will agree with me, because that would be biased. The Republican-controlled Oklahoma House of Representatives on Tuesday passed a bill that would lead to a near-total ban on abortion and would allow private citizens to enforce a law through civil litigation. The bill would go much further than Texas law, it's modeled after, that bans abortion after 6 weeks of pregnancy and also allows enforcement through private civil lawsuits. The Oklahoma bill, let's read the bill. Let me look it up. Oh, they don't actually link to the bill. Oh, wait, they link kind of to it.
Read it, or I'm going to start playing Tetris.
It doesn't matter. We can go through it next week more in detail. Because I only pulled this up.
But does the chat want me to start playing Tetris right now?
Are you playing Tetris right now, Spoon?
No.
I'm playing Tetris right now when we're having a stream.
You said to me I should stream it.
But are you doing it right now?
No, I'm fucking doing the article right now, you ass.
I'll have to look through the House bill, because I don't trust CNN. Would provide only one exception to save the life of the mother. Agreed, by the way. And I would have to look into the House proposal, if there's any limitations on, like, if it's only to save the life of the mother. I mean, it is a little bit limited. Because again, I do, rapes happen, you know. The difference is, and this is what, if I can really try to intimate to people, particularly to men who are listening. Men, if you can understand.
People want to have me play Tetris.
Hey, dude, he's so good at Tetris. It is fun to watch. The thing about the morning after pill, right? And this pill is available in Oklahoma, as far as I know. So as long as the morning after pill is available. Let me be clear about what that means, okay? You have a 3-day period, no pun intended, where you can take a pill that will prevent ovulation, that will prevent implantation. You can take this pill.
It's just not loading. It's piss me off.
Oh, you're gonna play fucking Tetris. I also want to say about something that I've said before, and just to reiterate to people, the idea that like women don't know they're pregnant until they're like 6 months gone is insane. It's absolutely fucking sane. If you've had unprotected sex, first of all, you can only get pregnant after like a week and a half after your last period, because that's when you start the fertility period. So it means you must not have had your period for over a month before you would notice it's even late. It's nuts to me that we're still doing this shit where we pretend like women are so fucking stupid they don't know how their own cycle works. It absolutely breaks my brain. Anywho, Spoon, you seem like you're a bit out of it. You look like you're gonna play some Tetris. Should I keep reading news or what?
You can keep reading news. I'm here. Don't worry.
Just gonna go fucking play. Well, the rest of everything else I have here is all clips, and we were gonna watch the Adam and Sitch and Sargon debate. We're definitely not doing that now. It's 12. So.
Well, someone said in the chat, "Fucking do it." So I'm like, I'm obeying the chat.
I will say, watch this shit. He's pretty autistic about this. I mean, he got me to start playing Tetris because of his autism.
Wait a minute, what?
Like, everyone's just gonna watch him play Tetris now.
Wait, why? Hold on, why? What is my...
Oh, I was just gonna watch you play Tetris now, my dude. You should have held that. What the fuck are you doing?
No, hold on.
You should have held that long piece, though.
No, there we go. I was wondering, like, why is, like...
Oh, that's good, but...
Why is half my fucking thing missing?
Oh, you have your keys.
Yeah, my keys are fucked up.
Alright, guys. Well, while he's doing that, unfortunately, everything else I have is, for the most part, a video. No, it's not. I got this one. I gotta... Okay. Wait, can you bring this up on top of your fucking... Like, can you put it next to your... Because I have a fucking... Like... Article from a medical article. Can you bring it up and put it next to your fucking Tetris so I can read this before we head off?
I will if you ask nicely and stop being so rude.
Please, onegaishimasu ka, Spoon-kun.
I didn't go say full fucking Asian.
Onegaishimashita.
Hold on. Give me one second.
Save your minutes up. It's from the Scandinavian Journal of Immunology.
Hold on a second.
He can't stop.
No, I can. Hold on.
Oh.
Hold on. Let's see.
Everyone's so impressed by you. your Tetris skills.
No, right. No, it's
Dude, guys, he got me to start playing Tetris too, because I was just like, whoa, that looks fun. How do you get that fast, boy? Honestly, he's not doing as well as you often do. Performance anxiety. Oh, I should it. No. No, not autism, Raging Man. Oh, John Isle for 30 euros. Wow, that's some good Tetris. It is, actually, isn't it?
God damn it.
Spoon, maybe you should just have a Tetris channel. You just play yourself playing Tetris and then, like, and get one of those ASMR ear thingies.
Can listen into 2 hours of me playing Tetris.
Lick into the ears. You just use your South African nice voice and that you pretend is Irish and talk into an ear.
Did you say I pretend to be Irish? Bitch, I will beat the fucking bleach off your hair if you say this shit again. Do you want to go through this thing right now, or can I go back to the Tetris?
Oh, well, I thought we could do both at the same time.
Like,
do you want? I don't know.
Hold on.
Okay.
No, hold on.
Because I have to actually read this. I'll have to read this. This is a very short article, but I wanted to read the whole thing. Because, by the way, guys, maybe not have taken that vaccine.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Looks like some shit's not great.
No, hold on. I can't do it.
I'm not saying you shouldn't have. Good for you. I'm glad you did. Susan, it's amazing to get a vaccine.
Hold on. It's if I can do
However,
this one.
there's some concerns.
So I can do the watch together one.
Oh, Jarnegi also said jolly good spoon. Jolly good show. Spoon, not like it's a spoon show. But clearly Spoon is the breakaway star here. Yeah, put that over my face, and then you put the Tetris over your face. I can talk about really boring shit, and you can play Tetris.
Hold on. Let's see if I can do this.
Also be fun. This is next level political commentary. I'll talk about boring ass shit from the Scandinavian Journal of Immunology, and you can play Tetris.
Yeah, apparently. Hold on.
Well, oh, I love it. It's fucking based. Hang on, Spoon's gonna get shit. There we go. There we go. I think we're. Oh, we up. Yeah. We good. All right.
Hold on. Okay, this is low.
Okay.
And the space. Okay. Because it's there's definitely a frame rate.
You can do a thingy within OBS where you can like change the size of the window, but
yeah, no, that's it. Show animation. Yeah, turn that the hell off. Hold on, let me see.
All right, you guys ready for maximum autism at the same time? I'm gonna read something from the Scandinavian Journal of Immunology. While Spoon is playing Tetris.
There is an annoying lag that is making me nowhere near as fast as I want to be, and it's pissing me off.
Dude, Arturus, Tetris is really fun. It's way more interesting than I'm about to say. So this was a letter to the editor of the Scandinavian Journal of Immunology. And it was, the mechanism of traditional vaccines consists of inoculating viruses which have been previously inactivated, e.g. by thermal treatments, or attenuating, e.g. by multiple pathogens in suboptimal growth conditions. Such viruses, which lost the ability to cause acute infection, allow the immune system to recognize them as exogenous pathogens, promoting the production of a specific antibody and memory T lymphocytes. The genetic vaccines against COVID-19, which obtained the authorization for use in the European Union, namely the adenoviral-based vaccines. What? Oh, they were talking about me. They're pronouncing it wrong. Produced by AstraZeneca and Janssen, and the mRNA vaccines produced by Pfizer and BioNTech and Moderna encode genetic information which enables human cells to produce a viral antigen. More precisely, the aforementioned vaccines induce the protein synthesis machinery of human cells to translate the spike protein of the viral capsid of SARS-CoV-2. Upon its translation to the ribosomes, the spike protein gets processed in the Golgi apparatus and presented to the immune system in two forms. As the entire protein displayed on the cellular membrane, which can be recognized by the B cells and the T helper cells, or in the form of fragments loaded onto the major histocompatibility complex. That's a really big thing, the histocompatibility complex. That's a hard, heavily encoded part of the human reproductive system, which presents in the endogenous
pissing me off.
Antigens in the CD8 T lymphocytes. The immune system recognizes the exogenous antigen, initiates the inflammatory response, and the subsequent steps leading to the production of specific antibodies in the B cells. In human cells, the antigen presentation process is performed by the MHC1 and MHC2. That's the major histocompatibility complex. That's what MHC stands for. And this mechanism is essential for the cell-mediated immunity. The MHCI is a protein complex located in the membrane of all nucleated cells, which presents to the CD8 lymphocytes fragments of the endogenous antigens generated upon the that's a hard word. That one I'm not familiar with. Everyone I've been familiar with. Proteasomal, a degradation of intercellular proteins. Figure 1C, we'll get into figure 1C in a second. This mechanism allows the immune system to constantly screen the proteosynthetic activity of all nucleated cells in the body in order to detect when a cell is synthesizing viral or mutant proteins. The MHC2 is located on the membranes of professional antigen-presenting cells, the APCs, such as macrophages and monocytes, B cells and dendrite cells, and it displays fragments of exogenous antigens ingested around the body to the CD4 lymphocytes. In some cases, MHC2 molecules can be found even on endothelial cells as a consequence of inflammatory signals. When the CD8 or CD4 lymphocyte detects a cell expressing a viral gene, e.g. due to an infection, a mutant gene, e.g. due to cancer, or a foreign gene, e.g. due to transplant, it binds the MHC, activating the immune response that leads to the destruction of the abnormal cell. To reiterate what was just said here, I understand that I've just said a lot of fucking big-ass words, right? Big words. As I smoke a cigarette. As I talk about cancer. What was just said there is that what happens is that the vaccine sees... The body sees the vaccine cells that have the spike protein as an abnormal cell and will respond. So if a cell has the spike protein in it, the vaccine that's part of the vaccine, the COVID vaccine, it might respond to it as if it is a foreign invading cell. Does that make sense?
Yeah, go on.
Just be clear. It would cause an immunoresponse from the body towards cells that are that have been, you could call it infected, that have been influenced by the spike protein of the COVID-19 vaccine. In the vaccines that contain the COVID-19 vaccine, the spike protein. That the human body will see it as a foreign invader if its own cell contains that spike protein. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Isn't that kind of the point, Arcturus? Not really. It's going to mean that the human body might fight against its own cells, which is exactly what causes cancer. It's the same kind of, not exactly what causes cancer. It's a similar mechanism as cancer, right? I say as I smoke a cigarette because I don't give a fuck, but other people do. The aforementioned process are essential to understanding the differences between traditional and genetic vaccines in terms of antigen presentation. The traditional vaccines generally do not induce human cells to produce viral proteins, and thus human cells do not expose viral antigens deriving from their photosynthetic activity. On the contrary, the genetic vaccines against COVID-19 induce human cells to produce the spike protein. So, just to reiterate, the COVID-19 vaccines cause your cells to produce the COVID-19 spike protein, which will make, potentially, at least according to this man, Polycrates, who I think is at university, where's he at? Applied Physics at Fiorentino, Italy. I don't know how accurate this is, but if he's correct in this, again, I'm just reading his research published in the Scandinavian Journal of Immunology, okay? If his hypothesis is correct, it would mean that every person who's taken the vaccine would essentially have an autoimmune disease because your body will be fighting against itself, okay? Because every cell in your body that has been infected with a spike protein will now be fought against, sort of, by your immunoresponse. Not necessarily, that's his fear, right? That's his fear. That's his concern here in this article. I'm not saying this is true. This is his concern. Patricia's cancer is when cells grow out of control and they're no longer under the normal processes. There are autoimmune diseases, and then there's cancer, which is when cells grow out of control. Yeah, sorry, I should have been more clear.
Like Tetris.
When cells mutate exponentially, that's cancer. But this is bizarre. If this is correct, and he's right that the body's not able to recognize the spike protein and can only see it as if the body's white blood cells and the autoimmune system can only see it as a hostile invader, yes, it is more like AIDS. Where was I? Okay.
You were watching me play Tetris.
No, I wasn't doing that.
You want
Okay.
to bet it's getting kind of like autistically quick now.
Relying intrinsically on an autoimmune reaction extended to all the cells that intake the genetic material and start the protein synthesis. Biodistribution studies are fundamental to determine in which tissues and organs an injected compound travels and accumulates. To the author's knowledge, up till now, such evaluation has not been carried out on humans for any emergency use approval in COVID-19 vaccines. As concerns for Pfizer BioNTech BNT162b2 vaccine, it is injected into the deltoid muscle, which drains primarily into the axillary lymph nodes. Theoretically, the lipid nanoparticles in which the mRNA is encapsulated should have a very restricted biodistribution targeting the draining auxiliary lymph nodes. However, a pharmacokinetic study performed by Pfizer for the Japanese regulatory agency shows that the LNP display an off-target distribution on rodents. So it's leaving where it's supposed to go. Accumulating in organs such as the spleen, liver, and pituitary gland, thyroid, ovaries, and other such tissues. That ovary one is very concerning. Similarly, the results of European Medicine Agency's EMA assessment reports show an off-target distribution of the LNPs used by Pfizer, BioNTech, and Moderna in the liver and other organs of rodents. Another harmful source of toxicity has proven to be the spike protein itself. A study measured the longitudinal plasma samples collected from recipients of the mRNA 1273 Moderna vaccine. The study showed that considerable amounts of spike protein, as well as the cleaved S1 subunit, can be detected in the blood plasma several days after the inoculation. The authors hypothesized that the cellular immune responses triggered by the T cell activation, which occurs days after the inoculation, lead to death of cells presenting the spike protein, releasing it into the bloodstream. The fact that the spike protein is released into the bloodstream involves even the antigen presentation process mediated by the MHC, major histocompatibility complex, 2, due to the intake of the viral protein around the body's APC. Now, up to now, more than 1,000 peer-reviewed studies evidence a multitude of adverse effects in COVID-19 vaccine recipients, Such studies report several adverse reactions following vaccination, including thrombosis. Very dangerous, potentially.
Clogging up with the veins?
Yes.
Oh.
Thrombocytopenia, myocarditis. These are heart attack things. These are things that cause heart attacks. Pericarditis, cardiac arrhythmias, nervous system disorders, and other alterations. It is noteworthy that several of the aforesaid side effects have already been reported in the confidential post-authorization cumulative analysis released as part of the Freedom of Information Act procedure, which provides data on deaths and adverse events recorded from Pfizer from December 14th to February 28th of 2021. We don't have even modern data. We have 1-year-old data. In conclusion, it is essential to underline that every human cell that intakes the LNPs and translates the viral protein in the case of the mRNA vaccines that gets infected by the adenovirus and expresses it translates the viral protein in the case of the adenovirus based vaccines is inevitably recognized as a threat by the immune system and killed. There are no exceptions to this mechanism. There are no exceptions. It will cause, according to this complaint, this is just, I don't know, but according to this guy, there are no exceptions that the coronavirus vaccines will cause essentially autoimmune disorder. With no exception, according to him. The severity of the resulting damage and the consequences for health depend on the quantity of cells involved, on the type of tissue and the strength of the following autoimmune reaction. For instance, if the mRNA contained LNPs would get internalized by cardiac mycocytes, myocytes, excuse me, and such cells would produce a spike protein. The resulting inflammation would likely lead to the necrosis of the myocardium, that's your heart, with an extent proportional to the number of involved cells. Therefore, it is fundamental to perform a pharmacokinetic evaluation in humans in order to determine the exact biodistribution of the vaccines against COVID-19 and thus to identify the possible tissues as at threat.
I hate when it does this.
I never was just watching you. So, did they give you AIDS? Maybe. They gave you maybe an autoimmune disease. Put it that way. Still, the problem is if all of your cells contain the spike protein, your autoimmune system might target the spike protein. And so it could mean that your autoimmune system... Go ahead.
Sorry, no, that's me.
Oh, it might mean that your autoimmune system would target healthy parts of your body that contain the spike protein, and potentially that's what this author is arguing for, that or what he's afraid about, right? That's what this particular author in the Scandinavian Journal of Immunology. I am not saying he's correct or incorrect, but that's his fear. Is that it would maybe make it so that your healthy cells would be targeted.
Gay.
Well, speaking of gay, I don't think we're gonna get into Ukraine tonight, Spoon. I gotta go to sleep because I gotta get up to get on a plane.
I have
Spoon
no
doesn't give
idea.
a shit.
No, I'm here.
I know you are.
I'm just like,
You're about to lose. Oh,
no.
That's pretty good score though.
No, I must top
I know
this. That's I've gotten almost 500,000 before.
I know you have. I know you have. Spoon's gone absolutely nuts.
Hold on.
Okay, shall I let you do one more while I'll smoke one last cigarette? I'm gonna smoke one more cigarette, Spoon, and you better get done by the time I'm done smoking my cigarette. We gotta close the stream. By the way, thank y'all for showing up. I do have more shit to go over tonight, but it's so much. We were gonna go over Putin's speech, and then Zelensky's speech, and then Zelensky banning political parties, Ukraine not respecting trans women,
We can stream during the week.
Native threatening. It will be still there in a week. So,
yeah, well, we can always stream during some point during the week again.
Yeah, if you'd like to. We had some more Ukraine stuff. It just kind of felt like we went hard on Ukraine for like 2 weeks straight, and I kind of want to get away from it.
Ask the chat.
Well, I'm gonna have to go to sleep no matter what because I gotta get up way early.
No, I mean as far as doing it as a stream about it.
Yeah, guys, how do you feel? Because well, we could do another stream maybe this weekend. I'll be in Birmingham, which will be the issue. I don't know, but we could have an evening. We can have an evening, Spoon. You want to stream again this weekend to go over the Ukraine stuff?
Yeah, sure.
Would you guys be okay with us doing an extra stream, a +1, if you will? We both kind of want to go over the Adam and Sitch stream with Sargon because it was
really insane.
Interesting, I'll put it that way.
It was autistically annoying the shit out of me.
It really irritated me.
Of course
personally.
It does.
It really pissed me off, I'll put it that way.
I have no idea what people are even saying right now.
So I will be at Nomos, and if anyone else is coming to Nomos Birmingham, I would love to see you there. And if you're from the chat, come up. Don't feel afraid. It's really easy to spot me. I have disgustingly stupid white blonde hair. So if you see me at Nomos Birmingham, do not feel in any way like you shouldn't just come up and say hi. I'm there for a reason. Come up and say hi. I'll have my magic cards with me. We can play a little magic. How about that?
God, you can be so gay sometimes.
What's wrong with playing magic? What day is Birmingham? It's I will post the link to the event. I don't know if it's sold out now. But I will post another link to the event. It's this weekend, so it's a little bit late, but if you can still get tickets to it, this is the event. It literally starts tomorrow. Well, Friday, now tomorrow, UK time. But yeah, on Friday and the 26th. I think most of the event will be on the 26th, but I'm not entirely sure. Sigma has not been really clear with me. I think at this point I can say that Dankula's gonna be there. I think that he was trying to maybe like hide that, but I'm pretty sure Dank's gonna be there. It'll be me. So if you're in the Birmingham area or anywhere near that, come hang out. I don't know if Dank's gonna be there for sure. I was told previously he was supposed to be there, but I'll be there no matter what. Oh, I'm gonna bring my elf deck. It's a complete mess. It's a nightmare. It's an elf Eldrazi deck. Mana ramp Eldrazi. It's a nightmare. It is legacy. It is not in any way legal. I will bring a legal deck, or a deck that approaches legal. I'll bring a deck that approaches legal. I do actually have legal decks. But yeah,
I'm wondering something if
we could also do it'd be fun, like, if we get enough people, we could do a draft. If we get enough people, we'll go buy a box. I'll put $100 down to go buy a box of Magic cards. We can do a draft. That'd be fun.
I'm wondering if if
Are you still high in Cove, Patricius? Sorry about that.
Oh shit.
Nuka's not coming, Silgar. I wish he was. He's gonna be up in Scotland. I don't actually know if for sure if Dank is coming. He might. He also has a little baby, so I don't know for sure. I was told that, but I'm not sure. He's got a little baby. He has a newborn. And I would not want to piss off Suho, just saying. She I would not want to piss her off personally. She's a good lass. Arturits, I'm not ignoring you. I'm not looking at the chat while fucking smoking my last cigarette and watching
watch this boy here.
Spoon play Tetris as he always does. It's not an illegal deck. There's no Black Lotus in it. It's just not in standard. I mean, it might have some cards in it that will make people upset. It's mostly just Priest of Titania, which is just a mana ramp card. If you get upset about that card, I don't play nasty games. I play Magic very fairly. I don't put any. Sometimes I put nasty cards and things, but mostly, for the most part, I don't put nasty cards and things because I like to play fair.
By the way, for those of you who are wondering, my eyes are basically like a machine at this point. And
yeah, he's out of it now.
Yeah.
Anywho, that's what I would like to say.
If you want to say something really offensive to me right now would be a good time.
I would say, though, on that note, it's been 4 hours, which is about where we finish off. I gotta wake up in 4 hours. So
Do you want to leave the stream running so people can see how this ends?
I don't think you probably should.
Why?
But, I mean, you can do whatever the fuck you want, my dude.
Exactly, it's my stream. Just fucking eat a dick.
It is technically Spoon's stream.
Yeah.
If Spoon wants to sit here and play this all day, that's fine. I will, however, I got my new phone. I'll try to take some video of the conference and things, if anyone's interested. However, if you're not familiar, I did post a link. I'll post it again. Nomos Birmingham, if you are in the region and are able to come, it would be awesome to see you there. Been posting it for a couple months now. I was supposed to go to AA's event in, I think, January, and I wasn't able to because of the COVID shit. But this one I'm able to go to. So, it's the first time I've been able to go to an event in, like, 3 years almost because of COVID. So I'm very excited. And, yeah, if you're there and you want to say hi to me, just don't worry about it. I'm not a weirdo. I mean, I am a weirdo, but, like, just walk up and say hi, and
No,
yeah.
no, why are you like this?
Yeah, he is really good, isn't he, Patricius? I know, it's crazy, right?
God damn, I hate. This is the one thing I don't like, is that it does this thing where I
Everyone's
can't.
just watching you play Tetris like I did.
Yeah, but it does this annoying thing where it just, like, it does that where it just.
Yeah, I know. Oh, there you go. But see, now
Why do you do that? Why do you?
I'll get obsessed with watching him play it too. Anyway, guys, I gotta go to sleep because I get onto an airplane at 5 in the morning, which is in about 4 hours. So,
I'll probably be awake to say goodbye.
All right, I'll talk to you in 4 hours, Spoon.
Okay, have fun.
Anywho, okay, are we ending the stream, or are you gonna keep playing Tetris in front of everybody?
Ask the chat because I can't fucking say shit, and then tell me what they're saying because I
Tetris.
can't see.
Okay, chat. Do you want Spoon to keep playing Tetris for a little bit without my fucking annoying femoid voice?
No.
Oh,
no,
wait
no,
a minute.
No.
Let me put in a chat or a poll.
No. Fuck you. No. You. Oh, you. I hate when it does this. Actually, that's not bad. No, I fucking hate when it does that. Oh shit.
All right, I think what's gonna happen here, Spoon, because the chat seems very positive towards you playing Tetris.
Why?
Because it is kind of relaxing. I told you this myself. It's like it's kind of soothing.
It's not fucking relaxing to me. It's making me
not
tense
for
as
you.
shit.
No, of course it's not. But
fuck you.
I'm gonna head out. I gotta go to bed. And Spoon, the keys are on your dashboard. So you end the stream whenever you feel so inclined.
80% is yes. Seriously.
No, wait. I gotta hit it on my side. I do have to hit it on my side actually. Wait a minute. I'm gonna have to end it.
Because I have to. Gay.
No, because I have to end the stream on my side because I have it on my side. Sorry, guys. I lied to you all. I know.
I will say that there's definitely a frame rate lag. I wonder. Can I make this thing? Can I make this thing 60? Because this thing's only at 30 frames a second.
Spoon, I gotta end the stream because otherwise it'll do that weird shit it did the other week. Remember?
Yes, I know, but I'm still wondering.
All right, I'm gonna end the stream. Good night, everybody.
Okay, night.
Night, Spoon.
Night.
Don't say any more gamer words. Bye-bye, guys.
Bye.
Sorry about the Tetris thing. but not being able to fulfill the Tetris thing, I mean. All right, take